Good morning. We'll now convene this public hearing of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. Before we get started, I just want to read a brief safety instruction for those who are present physically in the hearing room. In the interest of safety, I would ask you to note the location of and access to the exits in this hearing room. The two doors through which you enter the room are the emergency exits and are marked with exit signs. In an emergency, the door behind the legislators can also be used. In the event of an emergency, please walk quickly to the nearest exit. After exiting the room, proceed to the main stairs or follow the exit signs to one of the fire stairs. Please quickly exit the building and follow any instructions from the Capitol Police. Do not delay and do not return unless and until you are advised that it's safe to do so. In the event of a lockdown announcement, please remain in the hearing room and stay away from the exit doors until an all clear announcement is heard. All right, so today we have a number of important bills on our agenda, and we're looking forward to getting started with the public hearing. I'll just have a couple brief opening remarks. First of all, Senator Flexer, my co-chair, sends her regrets for not being with us here today, but unfortunately she is sick. So I'm sure everyone on the committee and everyone in attendance will wish her all the best and that she feels better very soon. With reference to those bills on our agenda today and resolutions, there are a number of very important ones. But in my mind, none more important than bills addressing bringing early voting to the state of Connecticut. As it stands today, we are one of only 4 states in this country that does not have early voting. And this past fall, the voters of Connecticut, by an overwhelming 20-point margin, indicated that they would like us to provide for early voting in this state to ensure that they have convenient, safe, secure access to the ballot, not only on election day, but on some days preceding that date. Now it is our task in the General Assembly and on this committee to deliver early voting to the people of the state of Connecticut. And that's what we're going to do. And this hearing today is an important step in that process because it's important not only that we provide early voting, but also that we do it in a manner that is smooth and practicable and administrable for the people who are going to have to make sure it gets done and make sure it gets done well and securely. So we're looking forward to hearing from those people today. A quick statement, I guess, for my colleagues, or a reminder. We are here today to hear from the public and from experts and officials who are subject matter experts or merely concerned citizens. And it's our job today to listen to the public. So with that in mind, while certainly all your questions are welcome, let's try to maintain the focus on the public and on their comments during this hearing. So with that, if my fellow ranking members have any comments, I will leave that to them. All right. So with that, we'll have our first witness, who will be the Secretary of the State, Stephanie Thomas. Welcome, Madam Secretary. Good morning. Is your microphone on?
Oh, now it's on. I have never sat on this side, but it's nice to be here with GAE. So good morning, Chair Blumenthal, Ranking Member Sampson, Mastro Francesco, and I saw Vice Chair Morinvello on the Zoom and presumably Vice Chair Slapp. I've submitted my testimony in writing, so I'm just going to touch briefly on a few things and then open it up for questions. So before I get to the early voting bills, I want to touch briefly on the House Resolutions 1 and 29 and HB 6693. As currently written, 6693 has a few major problems. Lines 73 and 99 refer to election workers making best efforts to notify voters of their defective absentee ballots. It is our opinion that this sets up a system for inequity where towns without the resources are at a disadvantage to make those best efforts. Notwithstanding that issue, asking election workers to do this on election day, we feel speaks to a lack of understanding about what their schedule looks like on the busiest day of the year for their office. But the biggest issue we have with that bill is that someone who files an absentee ballot is doing so because they're unable to present themselves on election day. And therefore, we feel they're basically being asked to commit a crime if they can then come in and vote to correct their ballot. Regarding the two resolutions, this office continues to support presenting Connecticut voters with the option of whether or not to amend the state constitution to allow for no excuse absentee ballots. I believe that given last year's amendment and the process we are undergoing now that is starting today, I believe that the voters of Connecticut will be ready, willing, and able to decide if they would like to have the option to vote by absentee ballot without an excuse. So regarding SB 1057, 1064, and HB 5004, the bills that would create an early voting program, I'd like to thank the committee for raising all three bills because the conversations that will be beginning today, I believe will help fill in some gaps and educate all of us around some of the items that may not appear in one of the existing bills. We believe all three versions are a solid starting point and include many of the Secretary's office logistical considerations and policy proposals that our election staff have weighed in on. And we think this will help to create a program that can be instituted seamlessly while providing voters with greatly increased access to the ballot box. So there are many similarities between the three bills, and I'll just briefly touch on a few differences and similarities. One component that we feel simply cannot be done is applying early voting to referenda, as we see in SB 1064. For example, many towns have budget referendums, which if rejected, the town has to conduct another referendum every 2 weeks until it passes. So setting a prescribed early voting period of 18, 14, or even 10 days would not be possible. Our office aligns most closely with SB 1057, which provides for 10 days of early voting, and I would be happy to explain more about why this is our preferred time frame versus the 14 or 18 days mentioned in the other bills during the Q&A. Our office also recommends adopting a much smaller window of early voting days if special elections are included as proposed in 1064 and 5004. An entire special election is conducted in 6 weeks and turnout is historically very low. So having such a long period, we feel just creates a financial hardship. What all the bills have in common, which I'd like to highlight today, are what I feel are the two most important components. One, that towns will need state funding to implement the program, and two, that adoption of any law needs to happen early in the legislative session this year so that there is time to implement it seamlessly. I read through much of the testimony that has been submitted, and a lot of it boils down to two basic categories. So I'd like to talk about those. One category aligns with, we've always voted on one day, why change? And the answer to that is very simple. A whopping 60% of Connecticut's voters have already answered that question and they want change. Two, a lot of the testimony talks about what other states are doing and that they have already done this. And while this is true, I believe there are many differences and details that will make early voting ultimately successful or unsuccessful here in Connecticut. So I encourage you not to compare apples to oranges. Instead, I would lean on some of the testimony submitted by groups such as ROVAC, the Registrar of Voters Association of Connecticut, experts like Luther Weeks, our office, and others who are very familiar with Connecticut's specific systems and laws. And lastly, as I mentioned, I see this hearing as the first step in the process of creating an early voting program that works here in Connecticut. And every time we read the bill, we have come up with some other components that we think should be discussed and included, and we'll continue to be in touch with LCO about some of those components, such as changes that we have found out that we can make to the CVRS so that there is a module like exists with absentee voting to indicate who has already voted. The role of the Secretary's office in creating a uniform training program for early voting staff and aligning our audit system to include early voting ballots. And we also are very mindful of technological changes that will happen in the future, such as the new CVRS that is due to roll out next year. At some point, e-poll books are likely to be adopted here in Connecticut. And of course, hopefully we will have new tabulators, which are sorely needed. So I'm happy to answer any questions. I also have my Chief of Staff and General Counsel, Gabe Rosenberg here, and Staff Attorney Aida Carini from our Elections Division. So I'll close there, and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary, and it's a pleasure to have you back on the committee or with the committee today as a former, your former vice chair, correct?
Yes.
Former leader on this committee. Before I get started with we get started with the specific questions, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to expand on some of the topics that you mentioned. And I think specifically you mentioned two of the differences with regard to the early voting bills were the special elections period and state referenda. If you have any additional comments on those, I would welcome them, as well as really on any other topic related to the early voting bills. As well as if you have any specific recommendations with regard to the funding that early voting may require.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Special elections, as I mentioned, the entire thing from beginning to end is only 6 weeks, and they tend to be very low turnout depending on the town. I can say anecdotally, there are some elections that receive fewer than 1,500 votes, depending on the district. So to have, for example, 10 or 14 days with 12 hours on the weekends, 8 hours a day, it feels like there's not enough ROI to offset the cost. So if you include special elections, I'd be much more inclined to go with a shorter window, perhaps, 1 or 2 evenings or a 1 weekend day, but definitely not the full period. In terms of referenda, as I mentioned, every town has a different charter. So there could be many regulations that it would be very hard to apply one uniform window to, making it, if not impossible, very difficult to administer on a state level. And in terms of the costs, I feel like I would turn to my good friends of OFA. We have been keeping a list of the types of considerations that would be passed along to the towns if there were no state funding. Everything from, finding, recruiting, and training poll workers, coming up with a training program, any additional money in terms of ballot printing, and then, of course, any sort of equipment, chain of custody, receptacles, etc., that would be required for towns who don't have space in their town clerk vault. So I don't have an initial cost at this time, but I know OFA is working hard at that. But I do urge that funding be provided so that we could implement.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary, and we appreciate your work so far with the committee on seeking to craft these bills. With that, are there questions from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and good morning.
Morning.
Madam Secretary, welcome back to the GAE committee. Good to see you.
Happy to be here.
We, of course, have a few bills on the agenda that address early voting, so I'm going to start there.
Yeah.
And I think it's understood even by your own comments that the language is going to change over time. There's going to be a lot of input and so forth. So I think rather than focusing on the exact language in the bills. I'd really just like to get your kind of perspective and vision on what you would like to see happen. And the first thing, as you noted, was that, of course, voters did support an early voting amendment during the last election. And of course, I know you're also aware that our opposition, if there was any, was really based simply on the notion that the time frame was not stipulated. And here we are again, we still do not have a time frame. And I thought it would be important to have the voters really weigh in on that time frame as well as just early voting. So I know that during the last election cycle, you were quoted many times saying 3 days, 5 days, that kind of thing. But I noticed you are leaning towards a 10-day time frame now. And I'm just wondering if you can give me a reason why you feel 10 days is a good thing. It sounded to me like you wanted that question anyway.
No, sure. No,
So I'll start
exactly.
there.
No, I appreciate that. And in some ways, I've gone through the same process we're starting now, right? In that 3 to 5 days, I was basing on many polling places per town. Whereas now what we're recommending is 1 polling place per town, which for me allows for a longer time frame. I also, I think you're aware, there was a study that was done. It just came to our office in late December, looking at some of the challenges that Connecticut would have in implementing early voting, and they made some recommendations. So based on new information that I received, it felt that 10 days was the right window. Some of the research suggested that a longer window had less efficacy over time because people tended to appear the first couple of days, and then like the last week seemed to be where most voters started to pay attention and showing up to vote, etc. So when I first looked at it, I thought 7 days, Monday through Friday and the weekend before Election Day. But what I was hearing anecdotally out in the field was everyone wanted weekend time. So it seemed to me that the weekends would be the most valuable. So I expanded it to the weekend prior. So that's how I arrived at the 10 days. Anecdotal information, conversations with election workers, and then the results of the study.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer. Just for the record, I'll just suggest that you probably earned my support if we got it down to maybe 3 to 5 days.
Fair.
and I think that's fair for the folks in the room to know. I guess my biggest concerns revolve really around how this is all going to work and how it's going to play out. Everything from staffing, the election, having enough poll workers. I think it's a problem to get poll workers even now. I think some towns struggle with being able to staff their polls completely. When you say 1 polling place per town, does that mean throughout the entire period, or with all of the polling locations open on Election Day?
For the early voting period, what I'm recommending is 1 location per town. I know 1057 does allow for municipalities 45,000 and above to apply to the secretary's office for additional locations. Some of the reasons we recommend 1 location is that wherever early voting is happening, that location will need to have access to CVRS. So if it is not a place that already has that access, like town hall in most towns, not all towns, but most, the secretary's office needs to be able to vet what those locations are to make sure that we can run a line there so that voters, the workers can look up voter information securely. I would not recommend multiple polling locations like you see on Election Day for the cost, if nothing else. And as you say, it's one thing to staff a poll for 1 day for 14 hours, but to do it over a long period in multiple locations just creates additional challenges.
Yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. So keep the current strategy.
So on
on
election day is election
Right,
day.
but for
but
the
the early
period
voting-
preceding
yeah.
that, whatever the early
Yeah.
voting period ends up being, have one location.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah. Just very sensitive to the notion that voters are concerned when their polling location changes.
Yeah.
I know even in the most recent election, not that that had anything to do with our redrawing of the district lines, but a lot of towns also changed their polling locations and moved their lines around simultaneously. And there were a lot of upset people who,
Yeah.
I used to vote across the street. Now I
Yes.
gotta go 2 miles away.
I heard from quite a few
yeah.
of them.
Exactly.
Can I use this opportunity to plug our request in front of appropriations to continue our public information campaign, which we have found to be very helpful, just educating people where to go to find out where they vote, let them know about things like redistricting, et cetera. Sorry,
Yeah, sure. No.
commercial.
Yeah,
over-
no, it's I wish you're welcome to plug whatever you like. Okay, so let's just move on to ballot security. I know it's something you mentioned in your testimony, and it's very, very important. I think to me, that's the key ingredient. I think that for me personally, as ranking member of this committee, it's the place that I've always come from. You know, we all want to expand access to voting, want to make sure people have as much opportunity to participate as possible, but we have to maintain the integrity of the vote. And also, we've got to maintain the confidence of voters that they're participating in something that they can count on being a reliable and trustworthy result. So I guess my questions have to do with, you mentioned something about storage in the clerk's office, that type of thing. Maybe if you could just expand a little bit more on the vision as far as the ballot security goes. And it's the whole chain of custody. So what happens throughout the process? No matter the number of days, but something's going to have to happen with the machines each night. Are we going to move those ballots? Are they going to stay in the machine? What type of security do you envision to monitor them to make sure they're not tampered with? Fill me in with whatever you can,
yeah.
and maybe I might have another question after.
And I'll probably turn to one of my colleagues to give you the blow by blow of what happens to a ballot. But just briefly, a couple of things. None of the bills are recommending using tabulators for early voting. They all propose using a manual method. So something akin to election day registration, where people would complete a ballot, put it in an envelope, and there's no feeding into the machine until election day. So that's one thing. So we don't have to worry about securing the tabulator machines. In terms of ballot security, integrity, I promise you no one cares about it more than our office, because if someone has a problem, they will not think that it is the responsibility of their town staff. They will call our office. So we have been working very closely with LCO to make sure that there are solid chain of custody procedures in place. And it's sort of hidden in the bill. It's only one line, so it's easy to miss. But we are requiring every single town to submit their plan to our office so that we can vet and make sure that everyone not only knows what they're doing, but that it's also secure. So no one will be implementing a program that is not run through the secretary's office, which we think is an important safeguard, especially with, there are some new registrars, et cetera. So we want to make sure we know what they know and solve any problems before they happen. I don't know, Aida or Gabe, if you want to sort of walk through the chain of custody of a ballot now, or probably the closest approximation is absentee ballot.
If you want to take that spot there, Mr. Rosenberg.
It would be, hi, it would be very similar to absentee ballots. There's obviously, this is The draft of this bill.
Excuse
is
me,
not-
I'm sorry to interrupt. Would you mind just identifying yourself for the record?
Sure. Gabe Rosenberg, I'm the chief of staff for the Secretary of the State's office. Obviously the draft is not a finished product at this point, but it would be very similar to absentee ballots and the secured receptacles that they're stored in, and then the vault that the town clerks have control of now.
I appreciate that. So just to clarify, no one's going to be looking at these individual ballots until after 8 p.m. on election day.
I'm proposing the morning of election day so that so they can be fed through the tabulators at a point in time in the day and not after the polls close, mainly because we've gotten so much pushback from, I think, everybody in Connecticut about how soon results are reported after the close of the polls. So if you have to count all the absentee ballots and all the early voting ballots after closing, I think it'll be that much more of a delay. But let me take this opportunity to also plug a request for high-speed tabulators in high-volume towns that could count these ballots much more quickly than we currently have.
Understood. Yeah, no, that sounds reasonable. Obviously, at some point, we'll have some language in front of us, and
Yeah.
there'll definitely be some details I'll have some concerns about. I'm glad you mentioned the tabulators, because I think it's well known that we are due for new tabulators. And I'm just wondering how that plays into this. Is that part of this, the overall scheme, that we will have new machines that might help us in some way?
You know, at some point down the line, I think this body could consider whether or not you want to use tabulators for early voting. Newer tabulators would allow us to do some things like automatically know or be able to code early voting ballots versus absentee ballots or election day ballots in a way that we would be doing manually now through CVRS and a module. We need new tabulators, but we've created a system here that is not dependent on it, only because we don't know the outcome of new tabulators.
Yeah, understood. And I'm assuming that you're going by, data from other states to kind of give you an indication of like what kind of traffic we will have, so that we have a kind of an understanding whether or not.
Yes and no. I happen to have been with nationwide secretaries last week at a conference. So I spoke with many of them from many different types of states about their programs. And again, sort of anecdotally, they have found most people end up using no excuse absentee ballots. That's their number one source of voters. And then early voting, and then election day voting. So but these are states that perhaps have had some of these reforms for decades. So it's hard to know how Connecticut would shake out. I would actually propose that something be written into the bill that in 5 years, a study is conducted, or 6 years or 10 years, just to start looking at how Connecticut will respond to this and maybe other voting reforms down the road.
Right. Yeah. I guess that kind of leads into what I would consider to be the only real concern I have about the entire election scheme as it's developing, which is that we're complicating things to some degree, in the sense that we're asking a lot of each town to track many different types of voting. They're going to be separately tracking the votes on election day, the election day registration ballots, the absentee ballots, and now early voting. So you're going to be asking people to effectively track each of these things individually and combine them all in a relatively short period of time once the election's over. And it's not that it's not doable. It's that my hope would be that in some ways we might find a way to, since we're going to have early voting, I know that there's this big push to continue no excuse absentee voting. And I would argue we already have no excuse absentee voting. I think everybody in the room knows it. The fact of the matter is, over the last 3 elections, everyone was able to vote by absentee without an excuse. And I don't see how that's not going to continue regardless of a constitutional amendment. Not to get into that debate with you, but to me, I was hopeful that there'd be an attempt to scale back the mail-in voting in favor of early voting, based on the notion that, you know, an in-person vote is obviously a much more reliable mechanism, even if it's early voting.
Although, I assume by mail-in, you mean no excuse absentee ballot. Some people mail, but some drop in a drop box, and of course, some go to their town hall and do it in person. In terms of complicating the process, I think I don't agree with the use of that word. I believe that we are simplifying the process for voters, which is an important consideration, especially given the vote in November. I have spent the past year and certainly the past 6 weeks going out of my way to speak with as many actual election workers, registrars, town clerks as possible. I've spoken with their associations. I've gone to their regional meetings to talk to them one-on-one. Many have felt free to reach out to me and call me. So I've had many conversations, and although early voting obviously would add to the work they have to do, I would say almost every single person I've spoken to believes that it is a reform that voters want, and they are consummate professionals and they know how to do this, and they have no doubts that they can do it as long as the equipment is provided and funding so that their town doesn't have to suffer unnecessarily. But I've gotten a resounding feeling that they are able and willing to implement this in a way that is secure and also provides greater access to the ballot to voters, which is why many of them got into this business to begin with.
Yeah, I'm very much looking forward to hearing from the registrars and the
Yeah,
town
yeah.
clerks and how they're going to be impacted and
Yeah.
what their plans are. And again, I totally agree that
Mhm.
we want to simplify things for the voter as much as possible, but I'm also concerned about the back end and making sure that we're not overloading our municipalities and those fine people that volunteer to go through this
We are
process.
united in that.
Okay, very good. I guess the only other thing I would bring up with you is your comments about the verification issue and which is the contacting voters.
Oh,
who sent
on 6693.
That's
Yeah.
correct, to correct an absentee ballot that has an issue. I mean, obviously, as we just alluded to, an in-person ballot, I think is much more likely to be a reliable ballot. And that's why I really do appreciate the notion of early voting in comparison to the expansion of absentee voting. And I'd love for us to go down that road a little bit more, so we can kind of scale back the no excuse voting. But I do have a concern that if people are going to, still continue to vote by absentee ballot, obviously, that we do not give anyone or fail anyone's ability to correct a ballot that's fixed. Do you have an alternative solution to the process that's been
Sure.
used, which is, they're contacted?
Most states that allow that type of ballot curing, as they call it, they either start opening absentee ballots earlier before election day, or they have a long window of time. Some states allow as many as 10 days after the election in which you can cure your ballot. So we have this law on the books, which this is the group who can change it, that says we can't open those ballots currently until after 8 p.m. So if that is a remedy you're interested in, I wouldn't recommend moving it up a few hours. I would either move it up a day or two or extend it some days after election day.
Thank you very much for
Mhm,
that.
mhm.
And I just want to say thank you very much for
Sure.
being here today. And I'm very pleased with the majority of your comments. And I feel like we're very much on the same page for most things. If we could get the time frame a little more unify, that would be great. But thank you very much, Madam Secretary, for being here.
No,
Thank you,
thank
Mr.
you.
Chairman.
Great to be here.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Representative Master Francesco, you have the floor.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. It's very nice to see you. I
Good to
don't
see
think I officially congratulated you on
Thank
your
you.
election, so congratulations.
Thank you.
It's nice to see you on the other side. Senator Sampson actually asked many of the questions that I had. I think they're probably on the minds of
Yeah.
pretty much everybody in this room and people watching. Just a couple of quick follow-up questions, if it's okay. You had mentioned that with the early voting ballots, that they would be counted prior to 8 p.m.
Yeah.
And you're saying that those will be run through a tabulator. Is that and they will be opened and run through a tabulator prior to that? Do you envision them opening those ballots earlier in the morning, throughout the day as they're getting them? What do you envision with that?
I'm gonna look at my colleagues again. I don't recall if we put or if there was any specific time mentioned in this current draft.
I don't believe there was. And there's flexibility for the towns on election day for absentee ballots. So I think there's a good reason to give towns flexibility for the early voting ballots as well.
We're thinking they would run both sets through the tabulator at the same time.
So the tabulator would not be totaled until after 8 p.m. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Would they be run through the same tabulator as the absentee ballots? Because I know you're trying to track how many people came out and utilized early voting.
Same tabulator, but batched. So we would know which was which.
Okay. Got that. And
Is that a
I'm
fair way to explain it?
Yeah, I'm far from a
And I'm
tabulator.
sorry for interrupting again. If you just identify yourself each time.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Gabe Rosenberg with the Secretary of the State's office. I'm far from a tabulator expert, but we definitely wouldn't do anything where we couldn't at the end of the day give totals by early voting, by absentee ballot, by polling place.
Because we also have to be able to audit.
right. And those totals would not be available till after 8 p.m.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I wanted to verify. I'm happy to hear that you're concerned about the funding for the towns, which I believe is my concern, and I'm sure many people. Because there's a lot that they need, right? They maybe need new machines, they need training, they need equipment. And in many cases, the towns are not equipped for it. They may have to hire new people or take staff for that. They currently haven't utilized them in those positions, maybe in some places away from their town position. And also it could come into overtime. So are you recommending that the state fund everything for the town? Or is your recommendation, to fund them temporarily to get this off the ground or permanently?
It's a good question, and it's something that I think rests squarely with this group. I believe that the right to vote is our most important responsibility as citizens, and that the state needs to fund our elections. Short of that, the federal government needs to fund our elections. So I would be in favor of this funding continuing forever and ever. But ultimately, that's going to be a decision that this group, the General Assembly, will need to make. But I believe that I think state investment would be a signal to voters that we actually believe we work for them.
That's the way it's supposed to be.
I
Thank you.
agree.
Just a follow-up question, Senator Sampson mentioned about the chain of custody.
Mhm.
What would be different about the chain of custody that we have currently on election day? People go vote in a different location and those ballots
Mhm.
have to be transported or whatever. How would that process in each individual town differ from the early voting process? I know it's a broad question, but
It's broad and it's in the weeds at a level that I probably can't speak to at this moment, but I'd be happy to follow up. Part of the reason why we would have every town submit a plan to our office is that although most towns would probably do the same thing, there are many differences depending on where their polling location is located, depending on if they have an extra tabulator back at town hall. Like there's so many permutations, which is why we want to weigh in on every chain of custody plan. Fair.
And I think the chain of custody is always a concern.
Mhm.
So currently, right now, technically, the whole issue with this is the time frame, and I agree with Senator Sampson, is the reasons why we opposed it in the beginning. It's always the time frame and what it's going to cost. But I would say that over the past year or two, we've always had early voting. Technically, ballots come out. People can request an absentee ballot 30 days or so prior, which is early.
Mhm.
And now basically because of the statute that was changed because of sickness, we basically have no excuse absentee. So basically we've always had it now the past year. Anybody can go to the town hall right now, 30 days prior to an election and just ask for an absentee ballot there, right? And fill it out.
I
Is-
would say they do need to have an excuse and they have to sign under penalty of perjury, which is what I always remind people
Right.
to claim an absentee ballot. So it's not quite no excuse. I know I've used in this committee before, and I think it's important to note the difference. Absentee ballot is my husband's sick and I have to care for him. A no excuse absentee ballot is I don't want to go out on election day because I'm binge watching The Handmaid's Tale. It's literally no excuse. Whereas now you have to fit into a very specific type of excuse.
Right. And basically, I guess maybe just the fear of sickness or whatever. People can obviously use that as an excuse
Mhm.
and they can just go in. So right now, if that is the case and they were voting maybe 30 days, as soon as those ballots come out prior to election
Mhm.
day, they go into town clerk, they ask for the ballot, they want to vote absentee ballot, sign the affidavit and so forth, and they vote and they fill it out right there.
Mhm.
Is that basically the same type of a process that would be used for early voting? They would basically just come in, give their, kind of like you do an election, that you come in, you give your name, you fill out the ballot, but it would be a paper ballot. It'd be, right, correct? They would be,
Correct.
and then they would put them in an envelope? How is that sealed?
Correct. I believe it would be sealed and signed. And I know there are a few people, we've still been talking with, including Rovac, about what that envelope looks like.
So do you envision that it would be similar to the regular process of an absentee ballot now where there's 2 envelopes?
We're still talking to Rovac,
Okay.
trying to brainstorm through what makes sense. And also just making sure that it is noted as an early voting envelope versus an absentee ballot envelope for the reasons we spoke about before.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mhm.
My concern obviously is the days, right? Because of the cost to the towns, and this is very new to the
Mhm.
state. Are you adamant about the 10 days? I mean, I always envision that voters voted for early voting. Obviously, we need to implement and respect their wishes. Starting out with maybe a 3 or 5 day window, so it would give the towns to get ready to get acclimated for it, get used to the idea, know what they have to do, and people are more educated, people are more aware of early voting. And certainly down the road, the legislature can always change that process because it would be in statute. They can always extend it more, maybe go 10 days. But a smaller window, I think, would give the towns an opportunity to, let's try this out. Let's see how it works. And they would come back and say, you know what, we needed a little bit more time and maybe extend it. Are you opposed to something like that?
I just, opposed is the wrong word, but I actually think the opposite is probably true. Right now, in the absence of no excuse absentee voting, I think we need a longer time frame. I would also advocate in the beginning doing a longer time frame. by doing it daily, and we've spoken with Rovac about this as well, no one knows what to expect. So by having a longer window, you're actually troubleshooting on the spot, right? Like you're figuring out if I need more staff, fewer staff, etc. So in the beginning, doing a longer period, I think gives us as a state more time to work out the difficulties. And then further down the road, if no excuse absentee balloting constitutional amendment passes and something is put in place, you may find that if, like other states, more people vote that way, that is when you might shrink the early voting window. So I'm not opposed, but I actually think it makes more sense this way.
I understand,
Mhm.
and I certainly appreciate that. My thought process was, should the state not fund this permanently for our towns, the longer days that you have, the more, obviously, more cost is going to occur in the towns. And that pretty much was my thought process on that. The other question I have is many states that do have early voting, they do require some identification to vote, whether it's a photo ID. And currently in Connecticut, we don't have that. So are you and maybe supportive of, since we are changing early voting, to have someone come in with a photo ID requirement? And certainly if they don't have that, the state could certainly provide an ID. Is that something that you would be supportive of, or can you give me your comments on that?
Well, you wouldn't be able to change the ID requirement just for early voting unless something changed. You'd have to change the laws relating to all elections. So I think it's outside the scope of this bill. And I'm actually not quite sure that is true for the other states that have early voting, but every state is literally so different. Even what they call early voting is different.
So and let me just kind of rephrase it. So I
Mhm.
wasn't really referring to photo identification just for this early voting, but we are obviously expanding access to voting for people, as we should.
Mhm.
And since we are expanding it, it has always been my thought that we should have some sort of photo ID for all of our voting, or some type of a verification process. And that's to a broader extent. Is that something that you can comment on?
I could, but it doesn't feel appropriate. I know we've had this conversation in committee the last couple of years. So we do differ in terms of our opinion. I know we've gone back and forth a few times in a friendly way, of course. I obviously, when people register to vote, they have to prove who they are. And I believe there are other ways to certify your identity. My absolutely favorite line from a registrar was, all you have to do is ask a thirsty teenager how easy it is to get a fake ID. So yeah, I'll stop there.
Thank you. So when it comes to voter ID and early voting, because it's
Mhm.
another process, just like when somebody goes to vote, they can walk in and not show any identification at all. They don't have to show a bill. They can just say they don't have anything on them and just sign an affidavit affirming that they are who they are. Is that the same process, obviously, that would be with early voting? Somebody can actually just go into the early voting place and do the same thing that they do on election day. I have no ID, I have no paperwork, I have no phone bill or electric bill. This is who I am. Let me sign an affidavit saying this is who I am. And what would happen with those affidavits that are signed, and are those checked?
And I may kick to my colleague again, but I think that process is skipping a few steps, meaning in every town that I know of, actually, usually people ask for ID just because it's the easiest way to check off on the list. And then if someone doesn't have ID, would still like to vote, they're an eligible voter, they're on the active list, and all of these other steps, then they can sign an affidavit. So I'm assuming the exact same process would be in place. And don't forget to identify yourself with early voting.
Gabe Rosenberg from the Office of the Secretary of the State. When speaking only of already registered voters who have already voted in a federal election. So non-asterisk voters and not people who are registering during the early voting window. Yes, that this bill doesn't change the requirements for identifying themselves at the polls, one of which is signing an affidavit under penalty of false statement that you are who you say you are and you live where you say you live.
Okay, thank you. Yes, many towns do ask for identification and to vote. I know we do that in our town. They're really good, but it's not required. It's not a state law. They don't have to. And basically, and that's all my point was, and
And again, I think people get it conflated when you initially register and have voted in a federal election versus after you've done that and you show up in the polling place. There are some differences.
so using the same process that we do on election day
Mhm.
for a situation like
Mhm.
that,
Mhm.
would those ballots, those signatures for the affidavit, would those be verified through the town?
Who verifies? I actually don't know offhand. It's easier if you say it.
State your name.
Yeah.
Rita
Oh.
Carini of the Office of the Secretary of the State. I'm a staff attorney. That would depend on the margin of the votes. So it would depend at the end when votes are counted. If there is a margin that would require those challenge ballots to be counted, then they are included in the count.
And that at that point, it's the signature of the affidavit is verified prior to them being counted?
Correct.
Okay, thank you for
You're welcome.
clarification on it. I appreciate it. I don't think I have any questions. I appreciate you coming in. I'm anxious to hear from the register of voters. There's a lot to go through with this. We need to get this done and make sure that it's
Absolutely.
satisfactory with everybody, and hopefully we can do this. I hope to see you again at some point. I know in the past, our previous Secretary of State Denise Merrill would always take the time to meet with Senator Sampson and myself to kind of go over legislative proposals and talk about certain ideas prior to our public hearings. So I'm hoping in the future, once you get settled in, things are running a little, smooth, that we can certainly take that opportunity to do
I
that.
would love to. Your aide probably has some messages. On my second day, I contacted you both to set up such a meeting. So
Great.
I would love to.
Yeah, I think that's beneficial to everybody. I
Yeah.
mean, this is a committee. We're trying to work to do the best for the people, for the voters. And obviously everybody here wants to protect the integrity of our elections. And I think it's important that we work together. But Madam Secretary, thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you.
in and testifying. I
Good
have
to
no
see you
further
in
questions.
person. Thank
Mr.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Master Francesco. Next, we have Senator Marks, followed by Representative Berger Javallo.
Thank you, Chair. Through you. Hi, Secretary of State.
Hello, Senator.
It's great to see you. So Senator Sampson did ask some of my questions. So I think 10 days is great. I would like it a little bit more, but 10 days is okay. I think what I've heard a lot of people talk about is very able-bodied people. In my line of work, I spend 50 hours a week with people that are not able-bodied, who suffer from mental illness, who suffer from extreme poverty. And until you have seen the struggle of one of those people to try to get to vote, you really don't understand how important this is. I would also say that the perjury clause with the no excuse absentee ballot is huge. It really prevents a lot of people from doing it, even though we have the COVID-19 box. Some people are more risk savvy than others. I know one woman that they like to all vote as a family. They were so excited to do the no excuse absentee ballot. And then she wanted to go stand at the polls and hold somebody's signs. And she goes, "Oh, I don't think I can leave the house on election day." I said, "Yes, you can leave the house on election day, but it is a huge concern." So doing the no excuse absentee ballot is very, very important. It is very difficult for people to get an ID. You can't They don't have cars. I mean, it takes you 2 or 3 hours on the seat bus, or you're asking your homemaker companion to drive you where gas is expensive. And I mean, there are just so many layers that make things difficult. So no excuse, absentee ballot voting is huge. My only fear is, and you know, I've talked to you about this before, is that those absentee ballots that don't get counted. And right now, I wish that, you know, at the end of the election day, when you have those 40 absentee ballots that didn't get counted, that at least those people were called to tell what mistake they made so that they didn't make it the next time they voted. Do you know how many actual absentee ballots don't get counted? Is there a number out there?
There is a number. I don't recall it offhand, but I see Gabe Rosenberg has a number.
Hi, Gabe Rosenberg from the Office of the Secretary of the State. It's less than 1%. I don't have a total number, but you can find it on our election result reporting page.
Okay, so in the elections where it's like 1 or 2 votes, which that always, I mean, it does
Yeah,
happen.
yeah.
Those aren't even counted in a challenged election. They're just not counted, ever.
The absentee, all right, so you're
If
specifically
it's
asking.
been rejected.
If
I
they've
mean.
been rejected because they didn't sign it in the 2 places that they've signed it.
Correct, although when you're talking about a challenged election, I mean, that would be up to a judge, but under normal procedure.
Okay. And then how often do we actually use the signatures? Like, so I don't even know what my signature looks like. I mean, when I registered to vote, I was 18 years old. I probably put curlicues on things. And if you were to take, do you actually use, like, is that used, your signature?
Not in the way I think you mean.
When is
Can
it
you
used?
rephrase?
I always wonder, well, when is it used? Like, when would you check a signature on a registration form and on an absentee ballot?
Turn to you. Like, I don't know.
Gabe Rosenberg, I'm sorry, are you saying like when is the signature verified against a voter registration card?
Yeah, like you
It's-
hear that
it's-
cured in Georgia all the time and stuff. Do we do that?
No,
No.
Good, I'm glad.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean, he answered my questions. I just really hope that we either do have the 5 days after to cure all of those ballots. And like you said, if somebody is homebound, can't get out of bed, made a mistake, didn't sign it both places. I mean, if you've actually done an absentee ballot, I don't know. I got a little anxious when I did it that whatever year it was.
Yeah.
I can remember the first time I voted. It was when you pushed down those things. I was 18 and I left and you had to pull the curtain.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure I voted for the person I wanted to vote for because like when I left there, and I'm a pretty smart person. So I just want every ballot to count. Like, what is the best way to do that with absentee ballots? It truly would be to start counting them when they come in. Would that ever happen?
This body
Yeah.
can make that decision. And the second best way, I'll give another plug, is to appropriate money to the secretary's office to pay for public information campaigns. The first time I did an absentee ballot, first time I voted by absentee ballot, I think I had to read the instructions 4 times,
too,
like just to make sure I was doing it right. But you also hit upon what I think is one of the best public information actions that I've heard in a long time, which is, oh, we should notify people after the fact, regardless of whether it's counted or not, letting them know what mistake they made
Yeah.
so they don't make it again.
Yeah, that doesn't happen though. So could we actually take the absentee ballots and just check them for accuracy, like open them up and look at them and make sure they signed everything where they wanted to sign and put them in an envelope, just like the early ballots, and then not put them through the feed until election day?
You wouldn't need to open the ballot itself because there's nothing on the ballot identifying the voter. So the mistake is usually made either at the application stage or on the inner envelope.
That's what I mean. So to
Yeah.
open it up and check the inner envelope.
So like during COVID, for example, in 2020, the legislature did pass a law, temporary law at that point where they, because of the volume, they allowed towns to open the outer envelope early so that they did have a time period to cure those ballots because they could see right away the inner envelope wasn't signed,
Yeah.
et cetera. So they did contact voters and give them an opportunity to either cast another vote by absentee or go in person. But that was only possible because the outer envelopes could be opened in advance.
So that's something we could, this
Yes.
committee could do.
Yes.
I think that sounds good. All right. I just want every vote to count. And it's the
Absolutely.
disenfranchised and those that aren't able, that their ballot isn't getting counted. It's just not that easy. Life is hard.
It is.
So I just want to make sure everybody counts. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments. Great to see you.
Great to see you.
Representative Berger Vallo, followed by Representative Hobson.
Thank you much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you for being here, Madam Secretary. I do love saying that to you. I just have a quick question for you regarding some of the contact that you've had with some of the communities around the state,
Yep.
different districts. You mentioned registrars, town clerks, I imagine, are probably in that
Mhm.
mix as well. Two-part question. Number one, have you contacted these communities, or are these communities reaching out to you, or is it a combination of both?
I a combination, right? I may have beat many of them to the punch. When I won the election in November, I knew that early voting needed an early passage so that there would be enough time to roll something out in this calendar year. So I started reaching out to people even before I took office to set up some meetings, especially with groups like the town clerks and registrars, because I wanted to know early on what they thought was possible, what some of the concerns were, because they represent groups of all sizes. Once I took office, I set up another round of meetings. So I reached out to many of the groups, actually, yeah, I think all of the groups that I had seen from my past 2 years on this committee who had some subject matter expertise, groups, some individuals, et cetera. And many of them have also reached out to me now that I'm in this role because they're familiar with my work on this committee. So I would say both.
Great, thank you
Yeah.
for that.
Mhm.
So digging deeper in on those meetings themselves, I had a really productive meeting, I feel, along with the rest of my delegation, with the two registrars and the town clerk. And we spoke about their fears
Mhm.
about implementing this immediately,
Yeah.
quickly, soon. While everyone on that call in that meeting was remarkably supportive of the idea of early voting, their concerns feel quite valid, especially in our little town in the
Yeah.
corner of the state. They gave me a pretty detailed wish list of things that they would like to see. I would imagine you're probably getting that same kind of request from these other communities. Can you speak to what some of the things are that these towns are looking for in order to be able to implement?
Sure. Thank you, Representative Berger Javallo. Your registrars did send me their letter, which I appreciated. I would say not a day goes by that I don't hear from someone with very detailed recommendations. Many of them have already been met. There was a lot of trepidation from election workers about using tabulators for a lot of the logistic issues, just like moving it back and forth or securing it. So very early on in my talks with Rovac, we did talk about that. And that's why these recommendations include a manual method. There I would say the number one concern of everyone is cost. And I have said, and I'll say it again here, it's a quotable, everyone. Don't bother passing this bill if there's no money attributed to it. That may or may not be popular, but it's the truth, because as I speak with towns across the state, many of whom have already set their budgets, are in the process of doing so now, it just would not be feasible without state investment. The other concern has to do with CVRS, which is this, yeah, okay, you're nodding. So we've been speaking with our IT, so we think, and we'll know more in another day or two, but we believe it's possible to we are rolling out a new CVRS next year. So we're talking about what the stopgap is, right? So with absentee ballots now, we have a module that allows people to know if someone has submitted an absentee ballot. So it looks like we can create a similar module for early voting. So we know if someone cast a ballot via early voting. And then there are other concerns, and they really vary by town to town. For example, one town said their town clerk doesn't have space in their existing vault. So thinking through what kind of receptacle they could have that is equally as secure. Other towns, some towns have said, I'd rather my town clerk do it instead of my registrar. It just depends. So I have been having these conversations. When I was elected, I pledged that I would always listen to everybody, and I'm willing to have the conversations. So I encourage people, if they have other ideas, to reach out. I want this to be the best bill that can be implemented, because as I said to Senator Sampson, more than anybody else, I do not want this to go wrong.
And I appreciate that you want it to be the best bill
Yeah.
that can be implemented. And I would stress that from at least within my own district, while cost is the number one concern in terms of detail,
Yeah.
the overall concern is certainly that if we're going to do this, we do this well and we do it
Correct.
right. So thank you so much,
Sure.
Madam Secretary. Appreciate your time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Berger-Javallo. Next up, Representative Hoxha.
Thank you, Chair Blumenthal, and welcome, Madam Secretary. Congratulations on your new position. So first question that I wanted to ask you, and this is kind of shifting gears a little bit, but definitely falls within the purview of your office. What do you think about the state funding photo IDs for all registered voters? I put in a bill to do just that. I know that other people have done so in the past. What are your thoughts on that? The cost probably wouldn't be too much, and it would really kind of just quell all doubts and suspicions about any improprieties that may or may not happen during in-person voting. And it would just be kind of a good tool or a good service for voters to be given a photo ID, and it also just makes the process a lot easier for the poll workers, as opposed to having to go through alternative channels of identifying who the voter is, and having to resort to affidavits and provisional ballots and things like that. So what are your thoughts on passing legislation, on our legislative body, passing legislation to make that a possibility for voters? What are your thoughts on that?
I'm not sure I agree with quelling doubts for those who have them. Just anecdotally, like I said, last week I was with the National Association of Secretaries of the State, and many of those states, and there were 33 secretaries present, Many of those states do have very strict photo ID laws, but the main conversation that was held around the table of every party, secretaries that are new, like myself, secretaries who have been there at 20 years, is that the concern that no matter what actually exists, there seems to be this growing doubt out there that is not based in fact, but is just based in perception. So I'm not sure one follows the other. What I would say is I don't want to take time away. That is not the focus of any of these bills, although it might fall into the role of the secretary if a law were adopted. But we had several public hearings over the last 2 years on the topic. I would be happy to send you my clips, which clearly outline my thoughts, but it's just not the focus of any of the bills in front of us today.
Okay, thank you for that answer. I certainly appreciate it. So if not for, if, you know, if the portion of my question that dealt with quelling doubts is not something, you know, that you feel is appropriate right now to discuss, what about the aspect of streamlining the process or making it easier for the poll workers by basically giving everybody a photo ID? What do you have to say to that, given the fact that right now, like we discussed before, there are many instances where people don't have photo identification and have to use other means of identifying themselves, and then that just muddies and complicates the whole process. It, if nothing else, makes it longer. So what about that aspect of photo ID?
I'm not sure how to quantify many, but I've not ever actually heard an election worker bring that concern to me. So if it might be a good question to ask ROVAC or the Town Clerks Association, well, I guess ROVAC, when they testified today, because the relevant portion would be, do we think that some sort of photo ID would make early voting easier or more difficult to implement, on one side or the other? And I've not heard election workers talk about that as being a concern. I think the staffing that is proposed in all three of the early voting bills would allow for sort of a quick it would allow, I think they're recommending 3 or 4 people per poll location, so per town. So I think that would be enough staff for many places. And then if the cities want to apply for additional locations, I would assume they would base it on the number of voters they expected. But it might be a good question to ask ROVAC if they thought that staffing needed to be adjusted, or alternatively, if some sort of photo ID would help alleviate any crush based on the number of staffing that have been allocated in the bills.
Thank you for your response. I appreciate it. Just to speak from my personal experience, I have heard from poll workers in my city and in my district talk about that issue specifically, how it always complicates things when people can't produce photo identification. Not talking about, not even talking about the legitimacy of other forms of identification, just that photo identification is the preferred method for those poll workers that I spoke to be able to do their job. So yeah, thank you very much for your response. And yeah, I may ask that question to ROVAC. Thank you.
And thank you. I'll be happy. I'll reach out. So it looks like 78th district. I'll certainly reach out to the 2 registrars and get any input they have. As I said, I'm always happy to hear about ways that we can make this workable. So if they have serious concern, we'll find a way to address it.
Well, thank you very much. I'd really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Hoxa. Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Madam Secretary, for coming in today. Almost all my questions have been addressed.
Okay.
One quick one for you. Is it your expectation with early voting that registrars would also have to accommodate same-day registration for voters?
It is.
Nice and easy. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. And I should, I'll add some color to that. The bill right now, as I recall, 1057, yeah, I think they all three have same day registration during the same period as early voting, but much like now, outside registration, such as through DMV or through the mail, etc., would cease before the early voting period begins. Right now, the bill has 4 days in advance of the early voting period starting, those other forms of registration ending, if that makes sense.
I appreciate your
Okay.
response, and I hope that makes sense for my registrar in the room. So I appreciate your commentary and testimony today.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Bronco. I have just a few cleanup questions, Madam Secretary, and we appreciate your time
Sure.
and your office's expertise today. First of all, based on your comments so far, I've gleaned at least that your recommendation of a 10-day period of early voting as opposed to a longer one is based primarily in your judgment as to a cost benefit analysis with regard to the amount of funding that would be necessary. Would that be a fair summary of your position on that point?
Fair, and I would also just throw in the cost benefit analysis in addition to the cost to implement those extra 4 or 8 days. That is also 4 or 8 days longer that you need to recruit poll workers for. And there is just wear and tear on people. So I would like to minimize that.
And would it be fair to say also that although there may be this additional funding necessary and
Yeah.
maybe additional wear and tear, that you think that a longer period of early voting, whether it's 14 or 18 days,
Mhm.
would be administrable in the state of Connecticut?
Yeah, I think as long as poll workers could be found and the funding found, the average, I believe, across the country is actually 23 days. Although it's not an apples to apples comparison. Yeah.
I appreciate those answers, Madam Secretary, and you pointing out as well that we're a bit late to the game and we're gunning for what hopefully will be a significant, but by no means disproportionately large amount of early voting through these bills compared to other states. You made recommendations in the bills and in your testimony about the number of residents in a community required to or to set a boundary line for multiple early vote locations. What's the thinking that goes into those numbers, and what, if anything else, should we be considering when we look to determine what number above which a town or city can have an additional early voting location?
I mean, in some ways it's arbitrary in that we have nothing to go on. In other ways, we try to use the count that has been used for other policies. I see my chief of staff looking at me. So would you like to add anything about that 45,000 person threshold? You know, we're open to conversation about it. Yeah.
I appreciate that answer, and as always, your openness to further discussion.
Yeah.
One thing that you did discuss was the importance of communities having early vote plans that are reviewed and approved by your office, and I agree with you about the importance of that measure. I don't believe it's in any of the bills currently, but one potential measure that might ease some of the administrative burden on local registrars would be having some sort of template for an early vote plan that your office could come up with, and that would probably ease the burden on you as well. Would that be something that you think your office could accomplish, and would you support it if it were in the bill?
We can definitely accomplish it. We've already started writing one just in case. Yeah, we would, I think that would really help the towns if we could give them what we consider the best practices. And then if they have to adjust something and come up with an alternative best practice based on their specific town, then we can review that.
Appreciate that very much. We discussed ballot curing a bit in some of your other questions and answers. And I just wanted to drill down on that a little bit more in terms of ballots that may not be counted for whatever reason as it currently stands. Is there anything besides the signature issue or some sort of envelope issue that would cause a vote to be not counted currently? And how would that apply to early voting, if at all?
I see everyone looking at me, so I'll yield to you first and yeah.
Good morning, Aida Kearney from the Office of the Secretary of State. One specific instance of a ballot that would not be counted that would come through are what we term as naked ballots. And those are ballots that are not sealed with a privacy envelope on the outside.
Okay, so so it sounds like envelope issues are the vast majority of problematic absentee ballot votes that may not get counted. It, based on my understanding of how early voting would work, that would not be an issue for early voting because the person would be present to
Exactly.
do whatever signing on the early vote envelope.
That is correct, Chairman. One instance that frequently occurs is that a family will sometimes enclose multiple absentee ballots within one privacy envelope, and accordingly, none of them can get counted. In the instance of early voting with the person coming in person, obviously the individual assisting or observing would be able to say, please don't stick 3 ballots into that privacy envelope.
Thank you very much. All right. And I guess my last question would be, you mentioned the importance of public education regarding early voting and voting more generally. If you'd like to, I just wanted to give you an opportunity to expand on why and how important that may be.
Sure. Extremely important, and please feel free to chime in as well. I think the office has found, but even myself as an individual who has run campaigns, etc., have found that no one teaches you how to participate, right? Certainly in school, you don't learn how to fill out an absentee ballot envelope. Many people don't realize that the census is tied to redistricting and a move in polling location, as we heard. I have run into people who have said, when is election day? They don't realize it's the same, follows the same schedule, etc. So educating people about how to participate in our representative democracy, I believe, is hugely important. And with a change as large as early voting, like we saw with redistricting, like we would see with many other voting reforms, we have to then educate people about it because they're not learning about it anywhere else. And if we don't teach them, who? So I know we have certainly provided some information to OFA about a public education campaign around early voting whenever it's adopted. And I think without that, we have heard from other states who have said their early voting turnout is directly proportional to the amount of public information they can put out into the community. And it stands to reason if people don't know about it or understand it, they won't use it. So I think it's a worthwhile investment.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Those are all the questions from the committee. We really appreciate your time and your testimony, as well as your offices here today. We look forward to working with you to bring a program of early voting to Connecticut that provides maximum access to the ballot while also being smoothly administrable. And so we appreciate all your work on that front and your office's work on that front as well.
Great. Thank you for your time and your great questions. I will get back with some information to those of whom I promised it. And always great to be with GAE. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. All right, next is Senator Summers. If she's present. Okay. Yeah, we'll just take it first and then back to her, I guess. And just a comment that was brought up by my ranking member. We haven't been enforcing it for this witness, but it's customary to speak through the chair. If you have any questions about it, if you're a new legislator, you can ask someone next to you. But it's one of the formalities we observe. This is our first public hearing. So it's obviously expected that we'll have some kinks to work out, but we look forward to fixing that going forward. All right. All right, so next we will have Corliss Santana, followed by Senator Summers. Ms. Santana, if you could just state your name for the record, and then you can start your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Coralie Santana. I am the Policy and Program Associate with the Connecticut Project Action Fund. So good morning to Chair Blumenthal and Ranking Members Sampson, Master Francesco, and distinguished members of the GAE Committee. To note, the Connecticut Project Action Fund mobilizes with our neighbors and advocates for policies that improve systems and advance real-world outcomes towards a just, thriving, and optimistic Connecticut where race, income, geography, and other circumstances no longer predetermine opportunity. We are here today to testify in support of the concepts in House Bill 5004, Senate Bill 1057, and Senate Bill 1064, all related to the implementation of early voting. We are really asking that this body make early voting accessible, make it fair, and make it count. And I can dive into what that specifically means. I have provided written testimony, but I will not read from it. For us, it is important that the finalized version of this piece of legislation includes 14 days of early voting, broad hours, multiple weekends, and implementation early, as the secretary noted in her testimony, so that it can happen in 2023. We have 3 points of discussion with the language that has been proposed in these bills, particularly in section 1, subsection C. The language says that towns with a population over 45,000 may apply for more locations. We think that that is too permissive and that it should change from may to must with a reasonable ratio of voters through to destinations. That language really affects over 18 municipalities, but namely, I'm thinking Bridgeport, Waterbury, where I live, Stanford, Hartford, Meriden, Greenwich. There are over 500,000 voters that are in those districts that will be affected by just having one polling location. It's not accessible to, people who are not able-bodied, who live across town. It takes, anecdotally 20 minutes to get from one end of Waterbury to the other. So that is just something that we would consider that needs to change. We consider making connections with the absentee ballot process so that it's practical to coordinate for the clerks and the registrars, and to provide funding for all of the polling locations for early voting in the small towns and in the big cities, so that we can continue to make this accessible and practical, fair, and count. And I'm happy to answer any questions on that testimony.
Thank you, Ms. Santana, and your timing was perfect. 3 minutes you were allotted. Do we have any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony for us today. We appreciate it very much. Next up is Senator Summers, followed by Carol Rizzolo. Thank you. Senator Summers, if you could just state your name for the record and begin your testimony when you're ready.
Yeah, Senator Summers from the 18th District. That was perfect timing. That never happens. Thank you for letting me testify this morning. Representative Blumenthal, Senator Flexer, who's not here, Senator Sampson, Representative Master Francesco, and Representative Hoxa. How are you this morning? I am here to testify on SB 713. The purpose of this bill is very simple. It's to clarify the absentee ballot applications are public documents and subject to disclosure once they're submitted by an elector to a town clerk. I'm submitting this bill after hearing from town clerks in the 18th district during the past election cycle who have experienced confusion as to how and if they should disclose information regarding those electors who have applied for an absentee ballot. The town clerk's misunderstanding of the law resulted in part from unclear correspondence that they received from the Secretary of State. For example, in the 2022 election cycle, an elections officer from the Secretary of State's office emailed all town clerks in the state that requests for regarding electors who have applied for absentee ballots, and quote, I'm going to quote from this: "That list is not available until you have sent the absentee ballot out. Per FOI, statute process must be completed before the information is available. You can offer to send the list on a weekly basis after the ballots are issued. Remember to redact the day of birth," end quote. This bill will help clarify the statute to make it unambiguous so the various election officials understand that completed applications are subject to disclosure once they are in the possession of a public agency in the town clerk's office. SB 713 represents an effort to inject more transparency into the absentee ballot application process, and this process would require all absentee ballot applications, and not only quote executed end quote absentee ballot applications, to be subject to disclosure under FOI. SB 713 represents nonpartisan good government solution which can prevent future confusion regarding the absentee ballot system. And I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Summers, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And through you to the good senator, since we're going to be sticklers for protocol this morning and go through the chair. I just wanted to thank you for bringing this proposal before the committee. I know we talked about it during the whole election cycle, and I had some similar experiences. I guess the one thing that I want to be clear about, Senator, is there a specific time you think that the clerk should be required to give up this list? And what I'm asking really is that there's got to be a lapse between the time that someone requests an application and then it is processed, of course. And I agree, it shouldn't wait until it's after it's been processed, but until it's actually on a list somewhere that can be produced and handed out. I don't know if that's taken into consideration in the bill language. I just want your perspective on like what the timing really should be. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that question. I think that we can all be reasonable, and I know especially in some of the smaller towns that don't use the CVRS system, if you could get the list once a week of people that have actually applied for absentee ballots, that's all we were looking for. Last election cycle, there was so much confusion based on all these different memos coming out of the Secretary of State's office as to when clerks were allowed to disclose that information. And the whole idea that this has been a process that we have used both sides for many, many years, that you want to be able to try to contact the person who has applied for the absentee ballot before they get the ballot. And there was a lot of confusion last year, and I'm hoping that this will clarify it. We're not asking clerks to be able to give it to you every single day, but if, that language is silent in this bill, but if we could at least get the list once a week, twice a week, that would be very helpful.
Okay, thank you for that answer. And through Mr. Chair, if we put in a time frame that says that they've got to be able to produce the list of anyone within the last, 2 days or something like that, prior to the last 48 hours or something like that, would that make sense? Because what I'm concerned with is I think just simply putting it in that they have to provide it without a time frame that we're talking about might be difficult. And I'm just curious what your perspective is on that time frame. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Through you, Mr. Chair, thank you for that question. I would say every 48 hours should be easy. Most of the town clerks literally take the names, they put it in an Excel spreadsheet with the address, and it's available. But because of the confusion and the memo that was sent out by someone who works in the Secretary of State's office, it was very clear that they were told they could not give anybody that list until the ballots were actually mailed. Now, many clerks didn't listen to that and did it as we've been doing it for years and years and would give you the list. But some of the newer clerks or in small towns where they are not unsure, they don't have access to the CVRS system or they're not using it. It was a problem. So I think that this bill clarifies that. As soon as someone applies or fills out the application for an absentee ballot and hands it to the clerk, that is now FOIable. That is a public document. It doesn't have to be having the clerk mail out the ballot for it to be considered FOIable. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much for that testimony, Senator. Great job, and I appreciate it. I'm with you 100% on this bill. I think it is something we do need to clarify one way or the other, but I would like us to use the system that is we've become accustomed to, as you mentioned. And thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Are there further questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Next up is Carol Zollo. And just before you begin, I've been informed by our clerk that if you're testifying remotely, she will appoint you a panelist, but then you must accept that appointment on your screen. So please just be aware if you're testifying remotely today, that is going to be coming up on your screen before you testimony, and that you need to click on it so that you'll be able to testify. All right. With that, Ms. Rizzolo, you have the floor. Hopefully you've hit the button.
I have hit the button, and thanks, distinguished members of the GAE committee. I appreciate the opportunity to testify today. My name is Dr. Carol Rizzolo. I have the honor of serving as the lead of Connecticut Shoreline Indivisible, a grassroots progressive group of over 1,000 members across Connecticut. Additionally, I'm the lead organizer of Safe Vote CT, a coalition of 15 to 20 nonpartisan groups in Connecticut, representing approximately 20,000 voters. I'm testifying in support of SB 1064, 1057, HB 5004, HB 6693, SJ 29, HJ number 1, and in opposition to SB 713, which I consider to be a waste of taxpayer dollars. As regards the implementation of early voting, I absolutely support, and as a voting rights advocate, I support everything the Secretary of State is recommending. And as a retired healthcare professional, I absolutely support the words of Senator Marks. The things I would like to add that aren't addressed are that I think that the number of early voting locations need to be determined based on the population of age-eligible voters, not merely by the total population, and at least one early voting location must be accessible by public transportation. My personal statement is that I'm a primary caregiver of my 100-year-old mother. She's now at the point in her life where she needs aides with her around the clock. What's been eye-opening to me now has been how many of these aides work 2 to 3 jobs just to make ends meet. They pick up extra hours whenever they can. They often work on weekends. None of them qualify for absentee ballots under our current restrictive laws. None of them can afford to give up working hours to be able to vote on election day. Their working hours are erratic, and without the possibility of early voting or no excuse absentee, their important voices are silenced in our current electoral system. These aides are but a few of those who our society call essential workers. Another story that's been eye-opening to me has been here at home in Guilford, where we have competent and kind postal workers. One of the women behind the counter is a young woman of color who lives in New Haven with 3 children. Every weekday morning, she gets up early to get them ready and off to school. She leaves New Haven to get to Guilford by 8 in the morning. And then she works until 5 in the evening. She drives back to New Haven to take care of her children. She does not qualify for an absentee ballot under our restrictive access laws, and yet we all rely on them to keep our lives running smoothly. Given that our postal workers must work on election day, they too are potentially disenfranchised from our electoral politics. I argue that all of these voices are essential and is the civic responsibility of our legislators to give them every opportunity to be heard. I hope and trust that both of these stories of the silenced voices in my personal world, in our state, and in our communities explain my passion for expanding voting access to all age-eligible voters in Connecticut. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rislow. Are there any questions from the committee? Well, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today, as well as all your work on these issues more generally.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Luther Weeks, followed by Jess Sacanino. Mr. Weeks, if you could state your name for the record and then
Sure.
your testimony.
My name is Luther Weeks from Glastonbury.
You, Dr. Rislow. Are there any questions from the committee? Well, seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. It wouldn't be a post-COVID hearing without some technical issues.
Sure.
All right, Mr. Weeks, you can continue and we will not dock that from your time.
Chairs and members of the committee, my name is Luther Weeks from Glastonbury, a computer scientist, executive director of Connecticut Voters Count, the Citizen Election Audit, and convener of the National State Audit Working Group. I'm glad to hear that Secretary Thomas largely agrees with my testimony, and I largely agree with her testimony. I'm going to deviate from my intended remarks a little bit to mention a few things that I didn't cover there. I hope all the members of the committee and other people attending will read my testimony. I think you'll find it useful and unique. I agree on 6693. We can't correct things in the way that proposes. On the other bill on absentee ballots, I hadn't the FOI part. I would just say other states solve these problems with transparency and FOI in much better ways, but with what I think of as best practices compared to Connecticut. You post things online when you get them in that are FOIable or whatever else you're going to FOI that are standard election materials, and the public just gets after them. People don't have to request them, and people don't have to deliver them to people. I disagree on a lot of talk about new machines. Largely, this is the worst time in history to purchase new machines. One of the groups I'm part of is the only place that I know of that takes statistics on our machines and their reliability going back to 2008. And we can live with them for a couple more years, and there's a lot of good reasons to do that, in my opinion. Let's see. And in 2013, this committee passed election day registration. Sadly, they didn't follow some of my comments then, which are similar to my comments now. We had 5 years of major disruption because the committee did not pass things that would have solved those very predictable problems. And we still have some problems with EDR, in my opinion, that could be solved in similar ways to what I'm going to recommend in my testimony today for both early voting and same-day registration. Mainly these leave too much to speculation and interpretation by 338 registrars, leaving no way for voters, candidates, or the SEC to interpret these requirements. Unfortunately, this is probably the last time the public will get to testify on any changes that are made. With early voting, we need to make all machine counted absentee ballots or machine counted ballots subject to post-election audit. My written testimony has very simple suggested text for that. We also, is that 3 minutes?
Mr. Weeks, that's 3 minutes.
Wow,
Very quickly
okay.
here. So if you could just wrap up your testimony.
Well, as I said, I hope you'll all read the testimony. I think you'll find it unique and valuable.
We appreciate it. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Weeks, and we'll be sure to review both your oral and written testimony. Next up is Jess Sacanino, followed by Lucy Corelli.
Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, Ranking Members Sampson and Master Francesco, and distinguished members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. My name is Jess Sacanino, and I'm the Policy Counsel for the American Civil Liberties Union of Connecticut. I'm here to testify in support of equitable early voting. Voting is a foundation of democracy, a right through which we can protect and preserve all other rights. The ACLU of Connecticut strongly supports measures that ensure equal access to the ballot box, and we especially support measures that increase voting access for historically disenfranchised groups. Connecticut's limited voting options have disproportionately harmed voters of color. In many recent elections, long lines have plagued the same cities and precincts repeatedly. These are always areas with greater concentrations of voters of color. Because of interlocking systems of oppression, people with little job flexibility, people lacking transportation, disabled people, and voters who lack language access are all disproportionately likely to be voters of color. In states that allow early voting, communities of color are utilizing early voting more and more. The American Medical Association has even identified voting rights as a social determinant of public health and declared its support for measures to facilitate safe and equitable access to voting as a harm reduction strategy to safeguard public health. Enacting an early voting plan that is truly equitable and accessible will accordingly confer an outsized benefit on voters of color. The ACLU of Connecticut recommends that any early voting policy must include the following. First, allow for at least 2 weeks of early voting. Almost half the states with early voting provide between 2 to 3 weeks, and states with the highest rates of early voting fell within this range. Second, provide at least 1 full weekend of early voting, if not more. Weekend voting days draw in voters who are less likely to vote during the weekday due to work schedules or childcare. Weekend early voting days have also been particularly important for Black voters who rely on Sundays to get to the polls and community. The Souls to the Polls movement has played a historic role in fighting Jim Crow and is a community organizing tool for Black voters to exercise their rights despite racist obstacles to the ballot box. Third, set a consistent number of minimum daily hours for each day of early voting and provide for extended early morning and late evening hours. And finally, distribute early voting places fairly and equitably. We urge the legislature to consider making early voting sites accessible via major public roads, accessible by pedestrians and by public transit with disability access. The benefits of early voting are vast. Early voting has been found to reduce stress on the voting system and lines during election day, improve poll worker performance, and increase access to voting. Connecticut voters have spoken, and early voting is extremely popular and necessary. It is imperative that we create an early voting system that is truly equitable. The ACLU urges this committee to pass an early voting plan with the aforementioned recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Zaccanino. Do we have any questions from the committee? Make sure I don't miss the online. Seeing none, I have one, which is, and I may have missed this in your testimony, but I would love for you to just expand a bit on any perspective you have with regard to the line above which we should either enable or mandate additional early voting locations.
Yeah, that feedback from previous speakers was really helpful too. Specifically thinking of more urban areas where it's more difficult to transverse, large amounts of area, we should be increasing the number of polling sites if possible. But I would also, defer to some of the testimony of others and listen to the expertise of registrars, et cetera.
Thank you very much. Appreciate your testimony.
Thanks.
Next up is Lucy Corelli, followed by Alex Knott. Is Ms. Corelli available? All right, so we'll move to Alex Knott, followed by Tom Stewart. Mr. Knott, you have the floor. Please state your name and then begin your testimony.
Thank you. My name is Alex Knott from Norwalk, Connecticut. I had the privilege to chair the GAE committee in 1991, 2000, 2001, and I'm here today on behalf of the board of Common Cause of Connecticut. And I want to thank especially Representative Blumenthal for enabling me to sit in for Sherry Quickmeyer from Common Cause. I'm here to support behalf of the board Bill 5004 and the other early implementation efforts. And I recognize from my experience in this committee that the exact wording may well change, but I'm here to stress 4 principles. First, we believe that a minimum of at least 2 weeks of early voting, including weekend and evening hours, will be necessary. Second, we suggest that the bill provide options for more than one voting place based on every 25,000 registered voters in a municipality. Third, we suggest that as much as possible, registrars try to arrange locations near public transportation to facilitate voting. And finally, we strongly urge that the state not regard this as an unfunded mandate for municipalities, but pay the costs. My last point, Representative Blumenthal and other members of the committee, is that I urge you always to keep in mind that we are today, and you guys are trying to implement a constitutional amendment. There is no higher mandate in Connecticut government than the state constitution. So while the legislature has many policy options on many issues, here we are to implement a mandate that there shall be early voting. So I hope that when you have a choice of whether to provide more or less voting, more or less funding, more or fewer places, more or fewer days, that you will keep in mind that implementing a constitutional mandate is the highest responsibility of the General Assembly in a democracy, and to always keep that in mind. Thank you very much for the chance to testify.
Thank you very much, Attorney Knott, and I would certainly echo your description of the mandate to this committee this session. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I have one myself, which is you mentioned that you believe the line for allowing additional early voting locations should be 25,000 registered voters. What are some of the assumptions or background or rationales behind that number, and what should we be thinking about as we define a number for that line?
Well, I appreciate that it's not a science to figure it out, but we've looked at some of the other regular voting choices in municipalities. So, for example, West Hartford has a population of 47,000 registered voters, and it has 10 regular voting places on an election day. So if we try to come up with some reasonable number to start the early voting process that will be in person, we thought that coming up with a 1 per 25,000 made sense. And in terms of the distribution of population in our 169 municipalities, that would, we think, not overwhelm the system in terms of cost.
Thank you very much for that testimony. We appreciate your answers. And, you know, I've been struggling to determine which title to call you by because there's a lot out there, but
thank you.
I think probably the most illustrious you have is a former chair of this committee. So we appreciate
Absolutely.
very much that your presence here today and your contribution to this discussion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right, so next we have Tom Stewart, followed by Nicole Chen.
Thank you very much, Chair Blumenthal and distinguished members, ranking members, and the members of this committee. My name is Tom Stewart. I'm a Director of Policy for Secure Democracy USA, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of the legislative proposals before the committee today to implement early voting, to allow no excuse absentee voting, and to crucially improve the absentee voting process with provisions like paid postage and the opportunity for voters in Connecticut to cure minor deficiencies with their ballot. Secure Democracy is a national, nonpartisan nonprofit, and we work to strengthen the confidence in our elections and improve voter access in states across this country. We work across the aisle with lawmakers to safeguard and improve our election systems, and we collaborate with state leaders, election administrators, policy experts, and allies to ensure that all eligible citizens have the freedom to vote how they choose. Connecticut is one of only 4 states that does not provide voters with an opportunity to vote early in person. That is why Secure Democracy proudly supported last year's long overdue early voting ballot measure. And now it's time to implement that vision. And we're happy to support the trio of proposals before you today: the committee bill, HB 5004, SB 1057, and SB 1064. These bills all contain good ideas, And collectively, they offer you an excellent range of options. For us, most crucially, all three move Connecticut forward in a necessary and long overdue way to expand voters' access. We also support the joint resolution, Senate Joint Resolution 29 and HJR 1, to amend the Constitution to allow no excuse absentee voting. 29 states in the District of Columbia have no excuse absentee voting, and that includes Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Maine and New England. With this legislation, you can move a significant and burdensome barrier to voting out of voters' ways. Finally, Secure Democracy supports the intent and the provisions in HB 6693. I would note the excellent comments made by Secretary Thomas and others before me. But what we want to stress here is that prepaid postage and a cure process are also provisions that red and blue states have adopted and that we have helped them adopt. And so when you look at that legislation, we would encourage you to build those in to the legislation that you craft moving forward. You have the opportunity with the slate of bills before you to put Connecticut where it belongs, and that is leading the national effort to protect and expand voter access. On behalf of Secure Democracy, I ask you to support these bills and seize that opportunity. So thank you again for your time and your consideration.
And thank you, Mr. Stewart, for your testimony. Do we have any questions from the committee for this witness? Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today. We appreciate your time and your testimony. Next up is Nicole Chen, followed by Martin Coburn.
Thank you. My name is Nicole Chen. Thank you, Chair Blumenthal, Vice Chair Slapp and Morbello, Ranking Members Sampson and Mastro-Francesco, and members of the GAE committee. I've learned so much from other parties who have testified to the logistical and financial implementation of the early voting process, but I'm not going to pretend to be one of the experts in the field, but I am here as a resident of New Haven to communicate the profound effect that HB 5004 will have on its constituents. As you know, the bill contains several important goals that will put Connecticut in a way to commit to a democratic process of voting, including the implementation of early voting days and hours, establishment of same-day registration, conformity to deadlines for duties prior to elections and primaries, training for registrars for the administration of early voting, and in general, education for the public about early voting procedures. And I believe that all these provisions work in tandem to ensure that all of Connecticut voters are heard. And I think that by providing the opportunity to vote early, we can truly make a difference in a democratic institution that should be free and available to all. No one should have to choose between, going to work or going to school and casting a ballot, or braving a thunderstorm one day on the day of the election or the primary casting a ballot, or finding a babysitter to watch a toddler or casting a ballot. And I think it's clear that by putting these early voting procedures in place, that Connecticut's eligible voters will be able to participate on their own terms, which leads to a greater, larger voter turnout. And in big cities like Hartford, Bridgeport, and New Haven, the number of ballots cast was more than 10% below historical midterm election averages, according to a study by the Connecticut Public. So as you can tell, with the lower voter turnout this recent midterm, early voting can definitely help by providing voters with the flexibility to go to the polls at their own convenience. And moreover, by allowing early voting, we can avoid the long wait times with the polls on the days of the elections or primaries, which not only makes the jobs easier for poll workers, but also for those for whom waiting in line all day means a financial or practical burden. And several Black and Latino citizens have remarked in Connecticut publications about how the minimal voting options or wait times make it feel as if the state is purposely discouraging people from voting. And as we've noted several times, the Allow for Early Voting amendment on the CT ballot was passed with a majority vote. Yet, as mentioned, Connecticut is still one of the only 4 states that does not offer an option for early voting. So it is time for Connecticut to listen to their voters. It is time for Connecticut to give its constituency the choice, education, and training to support early voting procedures. It is time for Connecticut to catch up and be at the forefront of sustaining democratic institutions. So with that, I urge you to vote yes on HB 5004 as a way to demonstrate your unyielding support for early voting in the state of Connecticut. And by association, you will be demonstrating your dedication to ensuring that all eligible voters of Connecticut are represented and valued. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Chen, for your testimony today. Are there any questions from the committee? I have one. Could you please tell us a bit about how important you think it may be to have early voting locations on college and university campuses? And if so, what, if any, considerations you think we should be engaging in as we make those determinations?
For sure. I currently attend Yale University, and I know a lot of students here tend to not want to vote in Connecticut because they argue that there are not a lot of voting places nearby, so they resort to mail-in ballots for their home state. But I think definitely if we try to increase the number of polling locations nearby, I know there are tons of public schools near this New Haven area that would make great polling locations that people could just go to after class one day. And again, with this early voting procedure, they don't have to pick one day out of the week to do that. Increasing polling locations in general will allow for college students to kind of take a walk nearby a public school that they always pass on their way to classes and actually cast a vote in the state of Connecticut. And it is our home for at least 4 years. So I think it's definitely important that college students are also a voice in the larger Connecticut community.
Thank you very much for that answer. I certainly agree, and we hope that you'll stay for longer than 4 years. But yes, we should. We hope to have you for at least 4. So thank you very much for that testimony. Seeing no further questions from the committee, we will move on to Martin Coburn, followed by Vicky Volper.
Yes, good afternoon, members of the committee, co-chair Representative Blumenthal and ranking member Senator Sampson and Representative Mastro Francesco. First of all, I want to thank you for last year, after our testimony, giving the voters a chance to make Connecticut the 47th state to allow early voting, and now it's time to make it work. I have submitted a written statement, so I won't repeat all of that. I will just say that the right to vote, of course, is the key mechanism whereby we, the people who established this republic, can ensure that government of the people, by the people, and for the people does not perish from the earth, and in particular from our country. I also find myself in agreement with my former Senator Sampson that it is essential that we maintain confidence in the voting process. And one way to do that is to show the facts about voter fraud and how rare it is. Despite repeated, continuing allegations of voter fraud, more than 60 juries, numerous private studies, including one by former President Trump himself, and the recent grand jury in Fulton County, Georgia, have all found that there is no significant voter fraud in any of our election processes. So I urge you now to take the steps of actually implementing early voting, and more importantly, providing state funding so that this can actually happen in a reasonable manner without overburdening the local officials or governments. I thank you very much for your work, and I look forward to speaking to all of you again.
Thank you, Mr. Coburn, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you for your testimony and your time today. Next up is Vicky Volper, followed by Suzanne Sheridan. Ms. Volper, when you're ready, please state your name and you'll have the floor for your testimony. Ms.
Hello,
Volper,
I'm sorry. I was
you
muted,
can
sorry.
unmute yourself and start over.
Yeah, this is Vicky Volper. I thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and also members of the committee for this opportunity to speak to you today. I am the founder of the Resistors, a political progressive action group. I'm also a member of the board of the Connecticut Anti-Defamation League, and I am an attorney. I practice divorce mediation based out of Westport. And I'm here today to support early voting and no excuse absentee voting. I loved the secretary's comments today. I think what she said was thoughtful and well-researched. And I also want to say that I loved Senator Marks's testimony because it was very humane and reality-based. I love that approach, and I agree with everything that both of them said. I originally was very strong about 2 weeks of early voting, but I could live with 10 days of early voting as the secretary requests if we have 2 weekends, and I'd like to explain why. As a divorce mediator, I am very familiar with the lives of divorced people. And in Connecticut, I believe it's 10.6% of people are divorced, and that's quite a large number. Most people who are divorced who have children have a parenting plan where they visit with their children or they parent their children on alternate weekends. When you are with your children only every other weekend, you are likely to not prioritize voting when it's your only time to be with your children. You also don't have another parent with you so that you can take turns going to your polling location. I think 2 weekends of early voting is mandatory for these folks. If you are feeding your children, working 2 jobs to support them, driving them to extracurricular activities, being there for them emotionally, it is really important that we have at least 2 weekends of early voting for this population and for most people. I wanted to say also that funding is really, really important, and funding for voter education. As an activist, I have been phone banking for a candidate who is running in Middletown to take the seat that was tragically lost by Representative Williams. And when I call people, everyone is very familiar about the tragic loss of Q, but almost no one knows that there's a special election. I think in general in the state, we need to have much more voter education and dispersing information, because people are just not aware, and they therefore cannot exercise their right to vote and be heard. So I strongly support funding the implementation of early voting and no excuse absentee voting, and also voter education. I also oppose SB 713. I think that's a waste of taxpayer funds and will inhibit use of the absentee voting process. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony and your time today. Do we have any questions for Attorney Volper from the committee? Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony and your contribution to the conversation today. Next up, we have Suzanne Sheridan, followed by Claire Walsh. Suzanne Sheridan, if you're with us. All right, I'm not seeing Ms. Sheridan, so we will move to Claire Walsh, who is appearing remotely. If you could unmute yourself, state your name, and then begin your testimony when ready.
Representative Blumenthal and distinguished members of the GAE committee, thank you for your service and the opportunity to speak before you today. My name is Claire Walsh. I am a nurse, educator, clinical social worker, and community organizer. I am the founding member of Democracy Women in Action, DWA Indivisible, based in the Lower Connecticut River Valley. We are a progressive grassroots organization with members in over 12 towns. Our mission is to protect and preserve the values, traditions, and institutions of liberal democracy. I also represent DWA as an active member of Safe Vote Connecticut, a coalition of nonpartisan organizations in Connecticut committed to voting rights. I am providing testimony today for support of early voting and no excuse absentee voting, specifically bills SB 1064, HB 5004, HB 6693, and SB 1057. As an advocate for early voting in Connecticut, I affirm support for the following and concur with Secretary Thomas in many of the statements that she had made. I affirm voting for 10 to 14 days, including early mornings, evenings, and 2 weekends. Polling places in each community should be based in each municipality should be based on population and geographic dispersal. At location should be accessible by public transportation. Same-day registration during the early voting period seems reasonable. Funding resources should be attached to the legislation and allow for public education and training for workers. All municipalities should be funded to support accessible voting for all voters, as Secretary Thomas had indicated. Hours and locations for early voting, as designated in each municipality, should be consistent for all elections. I'm also an advocate of no excuse absentee voting. Voters have clearly demonstrated that they want more choices how and when to vote. Our democracy is stronger when more voters participate in elections and have a voice in selecting their leaders. On a more personal level, as a young child growing up in a blue-collar family, I learned to appreciate the right to vote. It was a magical experience to go to the polls at the local elementary school with my mother, 5 children in tow. Life seemed more simple then, but times have changed and our voting options have not. I am here today because I am passionate about preserving our democracy. For our democracy to survive, we must all be engaged and have an equal opportunity to participate. It must work for all of us. As we attend these hearings today, we must be a voice for the elderly, the disabled, the infirmed, the working poor, and all those who cannot speak for themselves. Some are weary and overwhelmed, working 2 or more jobs, walking, standing, waiting for public transportation to get them where they need to be, and trying to take care of their children at the same time. They have a right to choose leaders who are making the decisions that impact their lives. They have no voice if we limit access to the vote. They have no voice when we pass legislation that puts barriers in the way of their participation. Early voting and no excuse absentee voting provide for greater voter equity. Let us not fail in our mission today. Expanded access to the vote ensures greater voter participation and a more robust democracy for us all. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Walsh, for your time and your testimony. Are there any questions for this witness from the committee? Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today. Next up, we have Karen Edwards. Ms. Edwards will be appearing remotely, and you can just state your name and begin your testimony whenever ready.
Thank you. Committee co-chairs and members, my name is Karen Edwards. I live in Stamford and I'm a member of Indivisible Stamford. I'm a parent and a retired pediatrician public health professional. I'm testifying today in strong support of several bills concerning early voting and no excuse absentee voting. I agree with the many strong arguments that have already been made by earlier speakers supporting instituting early voting this year, providing at least 10 days of early voting to include 2 weekends and early morning hours, and including voter education about how to vote early. In addition, I strongly support taking the next step this year in moving towards permitting no excuse absentee voting. Now, both early voting and no excuse absentee voting are essential steps towards increasing voter access, choice, and participation. But I have seen it suggested in some of today's written testimony that because we're instituting early voting this year, we do not need to move forward on implementing no excuse absentee voting. And I disagree with that. As has been detailed by some previous speakers, no excuse absentee voting addresses some barriers which early voting does not adequately address. Additional details in support of these 2 methods of expanding voting access have already really been well addressed by previous speakers, so I won't repeat them. But I will conclude by urging the members of the committee to implement early voting this year and to take steps during this session to eventually permit no excuse absentee voting. Doing this will increase voter access, reduce barriers to voting, and promote a more inclusive democratic process. Thanks to the committee for the opportunity to speak today on this very important issue.
And thank you, Ms. Edwards, for coming to us from the best city in the state, in my opinion, Stamford. And thank you for all your work you do. Are there any questions for the committee? Any questions for from the committee? I'll ask a quick one,
Sure.
which is if you could expand upon your reasons or explanation about why no excuse absentee voting is so important and what gaps or issues it may address that
Sure.
early voting does not.
Sure, I'm happy to. So I think there are a number of ways in which no excuse absentee voting fills some gaps. You know, for instance, some people with health issues and disabilities prefer not to reveal that kind of information on, an application for an absentee ballot. I think, and so instead may choose not to vote. That's private information, and we should respect people's, not wanting to do that. I think for lots of people who have very unpredictable work schedules and who like to be very organized about their weekly schedule, for that reason, will really welcome being able to plan in advance, not needing to be able to be in person, but rather to be able to apply online for that absentee ballot and vote at their kitchen table and drop it in the box on their way to work. I think families will be really large beneficiaries of the no excuse absentee voting process. As a parent and a pediatrician, I know very well how complicated the juggling act is of keeping a family, healthy, safe, and happy. And for parents to be able to, again, apply online, get that ballot, vote at the kitchen table, vote while they're waiting to pick up their kids from the soccer game and drop it in the mailbox on the way home. I think all of these things will really benefit families. And I think that's one of the roles of government, to help families raise their families in Connecticut.
Thank you very much for that answer. We appreciate your testimony today. And it's Dr. Hubbard. I didn't notice that, or excuse me,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Edwards before.
Thank
I
you.
didn't notice that. We appreciate your testimony. And next up will be Richard Lowenstein, followed by Ed Hawthorne. Is Richard Lowenstein available? Do not see him on the virtual list. All right, we will move on to Ed Hawthorne, followed by Lee Greenhouse.
Good morning. Thank you for this time, and thankful to be back in person with you all here today. And good morning, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, and my two ranking members as a proud resident of Wolcott, Representative Master Francesco and Senator Sampson. My name is Ed Hawthorne. I'm proud to represent over 200,000 working men and women as the president of the Connecticut AFL-CIO. I'm here for multiple bills. I've submitted written testimony. I'm not going to read through every one of them, but we're here to talk about the implementation of early voting and also the ballot measure to allow no excuse absentee voting. And I want to first start out by saying that this isn't a partisan issue at all. And as far as no excuse absentee voting, I chose a few that, lean a little bit more to the right than Connecticut does. Alabama, Arizona, Florida, Idaho, Kansas, Montana, Nebraska, North Dakota, Ohio, South Dakota, and Wyoming all allow for no excuse absentee voting. It's time for Connecticut to, recognize this as what it is. So let's make it as easy as possible for people to vote here in the state of Connecticut, because it is our constitutional right and arguably one of the most important things we do every single year. As far as early voting, a lot of conversation today has been had over the implementation and the timing of it. First of all, we need to fund it. We need the necessary funding. The funding should come from the state of Connecticut to implement it. A lot of conversation goes about, the smart spending of our tax dollars in these hallowed halls. And this is definitely a smart way to spend our tax dollars. I don't think anyone's going to object to funding to ensure that our elections are run smoothly, just like they have in 2020 when we did have the no excuse absentee voting. There should be early morning, evening, and weekends. I think about the first responders that I represent that often work hectic hours, and due to staffing shortages, now they often work multiple shifts in a day, and it makes it difficult for them to get out there and vote. So not only does it affect their no excuse absentee voting, but the early voting as well. And to just go back into how this isn't a partisan issue for early voting, we're promoting, what we're recommending is at least 2 weeks of early voting. And just to go, I picked a few, more right-leaning states. Alaska's 15 days, Arizona's 27, Arkansas 15, Indiana 28, Iowa 20, Kansas 20, Louisiana 14, Mississippi is 45, so is Virginia, Montana 30, Nebraska 30, New Mexico 28, North Dakota 15, Ohio 29, and Wyoming 45. I think I hear me getting buzzed. I'm not sure if that's somebody else's cell phone. Oh, that's your cell phone? That's okay. I mean, in 2020, we implemented no excuse absentee voting. It ran smooth. It cut down on, it increased voter participation in our election. I think that's really all we want here, is to make sure everyone's voice is heard. And I encourage this committee to make it easy and as possible for people to vote, and also to, really, really fund this. There I am. I'm getting buzzed now. So thank you all for your time and attention, and I'll be happy to answer any questions the committee may have.
Thank you, Mr. Hawthorne. I apologize for not being in person today at this hearing. I am under the weather. Are there any questions from the committee? And our clerk will have to help me if there's anyone in the room. Okay, seeing no questions. Thank you, Mr. Hawthorne. Next, we have Lee Greenhouse, followed by Helen Humphreys.
Okay. Good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Lee Greenhouse. I live in Salisbury. I'm testifying in full support of HJ1 to allow no excuse absentee voting. I'm providing this testimony in my personal capacity, but also as someone deeply steeped in the issues surrounding absentee ballot voting. I serve as a volunteer at the National Vote at Home Institute, a nonprofit, nonpartisan organization focused on improving the voting experience through absentee ballots along with in-person voting options. My full written testimony provides detailed arguments supported by extensive data, which I will attempt to highlight in the short time that I have here. Connecticut sits squarely in the back of the pack nationally as one of only 15 states that still require an excuse to obtain an absentee ballot. As a result, Connecticut voters remain among the just 13% of US voters who live in a state that requires an excuse. Connecticut also lags in actual use of absentee ballots. Only 9.5% of Connecticut voters use absentee ballots as compared to the national average, which is nearly 4 times higher at 35%. Voters choose absentee ballots for a host of legitimate reasons: work schedules, family obligations, transportation challenges, physical disabilities, and concerns about bad weather and long lines, among others. These and other realities often end up thwarting citizens' in-person voting plans. By contrast, with no excuse ballots, voters can secure their vote by receiving a ballot in the mail without having to know or pretend to know what their personal circumstances will be in the future on election day. No excuse absentee ballots are also good for elections officials. Whatever work might result from added demand for absentee ballots would be offset by shorter lines and reduced stress on election workers at in-person polling locations. And finally, no excuse absentee ballots are good for democracy. Anything that reduces friction in the elections process tends to increase voter engagement. The positive impact of no excuse absentee voting can easily be seen in the turnout data. In the 2022 primaries and general election, states with a no excuse policy, on average, saw turnout that was over 7 percentage points higher than those that and those states that required an excuse. So in summary, a no excuse absentee policy would put voters first, would strengthen our democratic system here in Connecticut. It deserves your support, and thank you very much. I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Greenhouse. Are there any questions from the committee members? Any questions? It doesn't look like it. Thank you for your testimony. Next up, we have Helen Humphreys, followed by Joe Coletta.
Good afternoon, co-chairs, ranking members, and distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Helen Humphreys. I'm the communications coordinator for Connecticut Citizen Action Group. CCAG celebrated 51 years this past year of engaging people in Connecticut to fight for social, economic, environmental, and racial justice. We have thousands of members statewide, and we work in a coalition with a number of state and national partners to take action on initiatives to protect our democracy. I'm very happy to be here today in person to testify in strong support of opportunities to increase accessibility of the ballot through early voting and no excuse absentee ballots. I grew up in Suffield and I got my bachelor's degree at University of Bridgeport. I've lived in both places and I've voted in both places. My experience in each place was very different. In Suffield, you walk in and out, 10 minutes it took me to cast my ballot. In Bridgeport, I waited in line for over an hour. Voter suppression and discrimination within Connecticut's elections are a very real problem, and these bills are a crucial step to acknowledging this. These bills also recognize the daily challenges of modern-day workers, parents, and caretakers face when exercising their right to vote. A functional democracy is not one that's only open on a single Tuesday. Work emergencies happen, family emergencies happen, cars break down, kids get sick. To expect our citizens to plan for the unplannable in order to carry out their right to cast their vote is not what a real democracy looks like. 46 other states understand this, and it looks like Connecticut is starting to too. So as you deliberate on how to implement early voting, we strongly encourage you to implement at least 2 weeks of voting, including mornings, nights, and weekends, multiple locations for larger towns and cities, making early voting available starting in 2023 for all elections, including special elections and municipal elections, provide sufficient funding to implement early voting in a way that includes all eligible voters, and this means early voting locations among public transportation routes, and the number of locations should reflect the number of residents eligible to vote in each town. Fund a broad public education program about early voting for each instance as well. CCAG is also in strong support of no excuse absentee voting. The 2020 election turnout proved that the ability to vote by absentee ballot significantly increases the percentage of citizens participating in our democracy. Increased voter participation should be encouraged and supported. People of Connecticut have spoken. Please listen to your constituents and do the right thing for everyone. And I want to thank you all very much for your time, and I urge you all to bring Connecticut's elections into the 21st century. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Humphreys. Are there any questions from committee members? Any questions? I don't see any. Next, we have Rep. Paletta, followed by Aaron Good. Is Rep. Paletta on? I believe he's testifying remotely.
He's not present, Madam Chair.
Thank you. We'll move to Aaron Good. Is Aaron Good available? I believe he's also remote. Oh, there we have you. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm with the New Haven Votes Coalition, and in that capacity, I've spoken to hundreds, if not thousands, of voters about early voting over the last couple of years. Generally, what I hear is the focus should be less on the total number of days being offered and more on the flexibility of times during the week in multiple convenient neighborhood locations. Last year, we actually conducted a survey asking voters what was most important to them with respect to early voting. Not 100% scientific, but several hundred people responded and the results were striking. And that number of days actually came in third in importance behind flexible early morning, evening, and weekend hours in multiple early voting locations, not downtown or city hall. In a world of unlimited resources, it may be possible to just do all of the above, but in the real world of unfunded or partially funded mandates, we have to prioritize where to direct resources for maximum impact. From the perspective of many voters in New Haven, We already have early voting light at the clerk's office where you request, fill out, and return your validly excused absentee ballot in one trip to the second floor of the Hall of Records. The clerk's office is already open the weekend before Election Day for in-person AB requests. They used to do evenings, but switched to weekends because that was more popular. But unless early voting legislation offers significantly expanded hours or additional locations, in the perception of New Haven voters, they're not going to see the added benefit they were expecting when they voted overwhelmingly 4-1 in favor of the referendum question last November. Reading through some of the testimony submitted to the committee, I think there's a good argument for a tiered system with differentiated requirements and expectations based on population. If it can be done legally, I'd have no problem with allowing looser requirements for small towns with basically volunteer registrars. If that in turn gives greater flexibility to adopt more robust early voting requirements, more hours, more locations for our larger cities. I concur with the sentiment that adopting this by March 31st will allow us to work out kinks before 2024. The reality is New Haven is still working out the kinks of same-day registration, which was adopted 11 years ago. It's going to take a few election cycles, and I would rather see gradual or phased implementation than a rushed implementation for which neither poll workers nor voters nor the CVRS are fully prepared, and which, if implemented poorly, could end up undermining public support for expanded voter access and perversely lead to diminished support for the expected 2024 referendum on no excuse absentee ballots. I concur with my friend Luther Weeks. Early voting ballots should be fully included in post-election audits under Chapter 148 of the general statutes. On absentee ballots, ballot carrying is a positive reform. It's particularly important as a complement to expansion of absentee ballot access. We had a 5% AB rejection rate in New Haven in 2020. That's unacceptable and unnecessary. In Nevada, voters have 7 days after the election to clear their ballot. More than 50% of problem ballots were successfully cured in 2022. In New Jersey, voters have 9 days after the election. In Oregon, 14 days. Of 24 states with ballot carrying statutes, virtually everyone allows at least 48 hours post-election to correct signature problems. Connecticut wants a meaningful ballot carrying law. We have to allow a longer notification period by offering something comparable in Nevada, New Jersey, and Oregon. Finally, with respect to public disclosure of AB applications, I worry this is a potential invasion of privacy with little practical benefit. What will be more effective in addressing legitimate concerns about ABs in Bridgeport and elsewhere is the auditing of a randomized sample of 1% of all absentee ballot applications, similar to our post-election audits. That will identify any systemic threat to election integrity, and I believe will show that voter fraud is very rare and the number of improper applications is virtually nil, and do so without violating individual privacy. Thank you for your time and have a wonderful day.
Thank you, Mr. Good. Are there any questions from the committee? I don't see any. We appreciate your testimony. Next, we have Timothy DiCarlo in person, followed by Linda Pride remotely. Timothy, are you in the room? Perfect. Make sure your microphone is on and state your name, please.
Good morning. My name is Timothy DiCarlo. I am the Registrar of Voters from the City of Waterbury. I am the Chair of New Haven County ROVAC and the Chairman of the ROVAC Legislative Committee. I thank the committee today for allowing me to testify on behalf of ROVAC on this bill, on the three bills that are before us. I've submitted lengthy testimony, so therefore I will just summarize what I have submitted. ROVAC is in support of the majority of things that are found in SB 1057. We would ask the committee to also consider looking into the possibility of a shorter period for municipal elections. SB 1064 and House Bill 5004 include language for early voting for referendums, and this is a measure that ROVAC is opposed to. Early voting proposals allow for one early voting location and, if necessary, a second location that can be required in writing to the Secretary of State's office. ROVAC supports this proposal. We would, however, ask the Secretary of State's office for help in identifying locations in smaller towns that are unable to occupy a municipal-owned location for a period of 10 days or longer. All three proposals before the committee allow for the storage of cast and sealed early ballots to be stored in the town clerk's office. We would ask the committee to also consider adding additional language that would also extend that and allow for the ballots to be kept overnight in a fireproof safe that both registrars would have access to. There are some towns in which the town clerk's office closes around 4 o'clock, and this would just make it easier for those towns to be able to secure the ballots and return home that evening. There are two additional recommendations that ROVAC would respectfully request the committee to consider. One, requiring mail-in registrations to conclude prior to early voting beginning. And second, ROVAC would ask the committee to consider allowing more time between when early voting ends and the primary or general election take place. ROVAC also supports having the Secretary of State's office certify a list of electronic poll books to be used in conjunction with early voting. The early voting proposals all include for a program to be administered by the Secretary of State's office for the use of informing the public of early voting. ROVAC would respectfully request that poll worker recruitment program also be included in this informational program. As we increase the amount of tabulations that will need to be entered, it may be time to review the statutory deadline to having results sent in by midnight after the election is concluded. Finally, ROVAC would like to ask the committee to help with supporting the request for state funding for this undertaking that we're about to take on. I thank you for the opportunity to testify before you this afternoon. ROVAC is committed to working to strengthen Connecticut's elections and especially in implementing early voting, as we will be the ones that administer this new stage in Connecticut voting.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Do we have questions from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and through you, Tim, good to see you. I knew you would come with fabulous testimony with very, very important and critical analysis. And thank you very much. And I look forward to working with you throughout this process to make sure we maintain the integrity of the vote as we expand into early voting. You mentioned something about locking up the ballots. This is the thing that I wanted to most understand. I have a vague understanding of how it works now. But if we extend 10, 14 days, now we have ballots hanging around for quite a while, and we want to make sure that they are secure. And you just mentioned something about the clerk has a secure location that's locked up. Is that true in every municipality?
Yeah.
Through you, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, so the town clerks right now are administering absentee ballots. And what they're doing is, depending on the size, I know that Stamford has to go out to get additional space. Waterbury, we have 2 vaults in our town clerk's office. Wolcott's going to have 1 vault. Bristol's going to have 1 vault. And those are where all your vital records are. Those, right. Those are fireproof. The clerk is the only one with a combination to that. In a lot of towns, the clerks are leaving around 4 p.m. My clerk would be there to put mine in. But the ballots themselves are going to have to be separated by district because they have to be reported by district. So they have to be given to the counters in central counting or at the polling place by district. So it would be the same scenario right now that we follow for absentee ballots, where we're getting them in, where we would be hopefully using some form of barcoding through the CVRS system that's similar to what the clerks are currently using for absentees, getting that into the system and then getting them into a secure locked location where following the exact same guidelines as absentee ballots. Right. The difference with election day registration ballots is those go right from they come in, or they go from the voter to central counting, and then they're tabulated. So that they're a little bit different in that they don't have a long shelf life of waiting. They go directly to central counting. So we would be following what is already existing with absentees.
Excellent. Very good. I know I appreciate that information, and I'm hopeful that we stay in contact through this process. The two concerns obviously are making sure that we do include language that maintains that security. And part B is obviously figuring out how, if in certain communities, it's going to be a new expense, how it gets paid for. But I'm sure we can come up with that. You mentioned poll worker recruitment. I don't know if you want to expound on that. Are you concerned that with an extended period, we might have a tough time getting people to you, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, it is becoming more and more difficult to find poll workers. A lot of this stems from the fact that Connecticut lacks county government. So there's 169 different ways to administer elections in Connecticut. What a poll worker in Bristol is paid might differ from what Waterbury is paid versus Bridgeport, Stamford, Naugatuck. It's going to be different. So it's becoming harder and harder to find qualified folks to really step up sometimes to do these positions. The last 2 elections have been difficult. When the Secretary of State's office in 2020 administered a poll worker recruitment program, I found it to be phenomenal, especially for the city of Waterbury. I was able to pull people from the neighboring towns of Naugatuck, Prospect, Wolcott, and have them come in to work our elections. And some of those folks have stayed on. We need to find a lot of people don't even know how to begin to find out how to become a poll worker.
Right.
So it's having some form of information, having the secretary's office being able to funnel it back to us would be perfect. And it would be important because it's going to be difficult. One of the big issues, a lot of towns use high school and college students to administer their regular in-person election day. We will not have that for early voting because they're going to be in school.
Right.
So we've lost a good group of our poll workers to begin with. So, you know, a lot of the most dedicated are our retirees and our seniors. But we don't, in some places, we're not going to have enough to go around. So we do need to find a new way to do that, to bring new folks in, and to make sure that we can staff appropriately, because with Connecticut's elections, in my experience in 12 years I've been in this position, it really comes down to line management. It comes down to making sure you can do more with less, but you need to make sure that you have what you need to get people in the right lines, in the right directions, to update voter registration, to get them where they need to be. What bottlenecks lines is when you don't have enough staff or enough people to process those coming in. And as the secretary has said, and we've all said, we want to make sure that this is successful when it does launch.
Yeah, excellent. Yeah, no, and I'm pretty certain that there is a desire to get this rolled out for the 2023 election, which thankfully is a municipal election, so it's a little less heavy traffic. But it's important that we get it right, obviously, if we're going to be ready for 2024. Through Mr. Chairman, just another, just a quick question, which is, for all intents and purposes, you know, for the last 3 years, we've had no excuse absentee voting. I don't think anyone would deny that, except maybe the secretary herself kind of skirted that question this morning. I'm just curious if Rovac has any position on whether we ought to scale back the amount of no excuse aspect of absentee voting, or the timeline, or anything, now that we're going to afford people. It seems to me, if the majority has their way, at least 10 days of early voting. I'm just curious if there's, to me, it's like you're accomplishing the task in too many different ways. We are accommodating people who want to vote in person, and we can still go back to the old way of doing absentee voting. And in both cases, you're covered. I'm just curious if you have an opinion on that. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
So the Secretary of State and Rovac agree that 10 days is the best way to administering early voting. We also, going back in 2020, we saw a majority of people vote through absentee. I saw 10,000 of my 54,000 voters send in absentees. We were able to process those with no issue and get those done. We are continuing to add layers and different ways to access the ballot, which is not an issue. There may be a time when we may need to do less with a different style. Maybe we don't need 14 or 10 days of early voting. Maybe we need less. We can look and reevaluate that at that time. But for the most part, I think and I think the secretary, when she was stating that we might want to look at having a study going past maybe 5 to 10 years in that realm, to look at what we've been doing and see what's effective, what might need to be scaled back. I think that you're going to see with early voting, at least for the first 2 years, you're going to see probably a more higher turnout with that in person. Most people prefer to come in person. We saw that even in 2020, 21, and 22, people were coming majority in person versus through the mail. At least in my city, that I can definitely say, attest to that. We had, even though we had 10,000 absentee ballots that for the 2020 presidential, we had more people come in person. So I think at the end of the day, in person is still going to be the majority in the way in which people cast their ballot. And with no fault absentee, you know, and I would yield to the clerks on that. I would think that it's you know, it's not going to be a massive, because at this point, we're only going to have 3 ways in which to vote. So either through the mail, in person, or on the day of the election. So I would, you know, I think that all the players involved in election administration are willing to, as time goes on, look at these policies that are going forward and see what changes need to be made in order to make sure that every voter who wants to cast a ballot for the election can do so.
Yeah, thank you very much, Tim. And through the chair, I appreciate the response very much. I guess what I was really driving at is the concerns we have over the expansion of absentee voting, which is ballot harvesting. I mean, to me, this is the issue. The fact of the matter is that, you know, in 2020, the state sent out all of the ballot applications. That's one relatively fair way to do something. But what happened in the most recent election is you had individual candidates, political parties, and activists sending ballot applications out to their targeted voter blocks. To me, that's the most unfair type of election there could possibly be. So it's not about providing access to people. For me, it's all about we want to expand access, but what we want to do is limit the effect of political actors involving themselves in the process of voting. And that's why I thought there might be, I was trying to have a little feedback thing, and maybe we can continue this conversation going forward, which is that the supposed purpose of early voting is to create that window of time to make it more convenient for voters. And I agree with that. And I prefer it because it's in person. But the question is, if we have that, do we still need to accommodate the ability for political campaigns to be targeting voter blocks and sending out their applications by mail? So if you have a comment, if you don't, I completely understand. You might want to not go down that road today. Through you, Mr. Chair.
And I appreciate it. I mean, the Town Clerk Association, the Registrar Association of Connecticut we are administering the policies that are given forth to us. And that may be a great question for the committee to look at and expand upon. But at the end of the day, the rules that we are given are what we're going to make sure that we are administering on election day and now prior to election day.
I appreciate that. Very diplomatic answer, and well done. Great job, Tim. Always good to see you, and I look forward to staying in touch throughout this process. And thank you, Mr. Chair, for your indulgence.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Are there further questions from the committee? Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Very nice to see you. Thank you for submitting thought out testimony. We always appreciate hearing from you. I just really have two quick questions. One is typically in a town size Waterbury, I actually grew up in Waterbury, so I'm very familiar with it. How long does it take the city of Waterbury to get their full election results in a typical, let's say a gubernatorial election? Are they by 10, 11 o'clock at night able to give results that are complete?
So I'm very glad you asked that question. So in that short period of time, no. And this is up for debate, and I would welcome it from the Secretary of State's office, the Town Clerks Association, and the committee itself. In order to process a election in Waterbury on a state level, an even year, there are over 4,000 manual calculations that need to be put into the end of night reporting system to send our results to the Secretary of State's office. That is not including what we will now have to do for early voting. We actually in Waterbury run a dual system so we can double check to see if we've literally keyed something in wrong, because it's very easy to do so. And that's because I have a phenomenal town clerk that I work with, and I wouldn't be able to get the reporting done without her and her staff on that night. It usually takes us just about to midnight to get the results up, sometimes a little more, sometimes a little less. And so there's a lot of manual calculations. We're taking a bunch of paper ballots, paper tapes, bringing them all back, taking a paper return, and then checking the paper return against the paper receipt, and then looking to see if there's any exceptions. So are there any abandoned ballots? Somebody comes in, gets checked off and says, I don't want this. Are there any provisional ballots? Are there any, there's different categories as to why the numbers might not match when they first come back, and we have to figure out why they don't match. At that point, once we figure that out, it's district by district for that. And Waterbury having 7 General Assembly, 2 State Senate, and 2 Congressional, it's going to take us probably close to 6,000 now to get everything in and done, and making sure that we're sending the right results. We want to make sure. That's why we run the dual system. And at the end of the night, when we're done, we take the EMS results, that's the election management system, and take what my clerk has put into her Excel spreadsheets, and we put them side by side. And sometimes it turns out, we have to send those results up and then instantly request an amended return so that we can go back to figure out where'd that wrong keystroke go in and which one has the wrong keystroke. So it's becoming more and more burdensome to get them up and get them get them into the Secretary of State's office and to the public accurately. We can send them up, but we want to make sure that they're accurate, that we're not constantly going back and saying, oh, wait, we got to look at this, we've got to look at that. In the past, the committee allowed us to send the raw data up, and we appreciate that, and then do the statistics the day after. So the percentages of this and that has helped get the results in faster to the Secretary of State's office. But we're, and I'm not arguing for or against it, but we're using 1970s technology, trying to get it into 2000 technology in 2023. So it's going to be clunky until we have new systems that are a little more streamlined to get that information to the Secretary of State's office. And this is why, and I'm sure everyone on the committee can relate to this, why they have the results usually before we do, because they send people to the polling place on election night. They have the results and they're like, well, why hasn't the registrars reported yet? Because we're waiting for those moderators to come back to our office to submit all these papers for us to start to go through and to start to calculate. So it does take a lot of time to get the actual accurate results up to the Secretary.
Thank you. Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman, a city like Waterbury on the population is one for an early voting. Is one location sufficient enough for somebody for this, like the city of Waterbury, based on their population? And would a polling location, place to vote for early voting, would it be at an existing place now? Because if it's school, right, a lot of times, and I know in Waterbury, a lot of those are held in the school. What would you recommend? What is your thoughts on where would the city of Waterbury set up this polling location? Would it be at Town Hall? Could it be at another, a hall? Through you, Mr. Speaker, through you, Mr. Chairman.
So Waterbury would have one location, because this is still a polling location per se. It has to be ADA compliant. As we've heard from many speakers today, we want something that is on the bus routes to enable to bring people in. We don't want the polling place to be tucked away in a neighborhood that has limited access to it. We have Veterans Hall in the city of Waterbury. It is a giant room. It is where in 2016, we processed 9,5,200 same-day voter registration applications. And so that's what we would see as where we would use it. We'll have to have different stations. And because we're going to have people coming in that need to update their voter registration, that they've moved since the last election, we're going to have, as right now in the proposals, folks coming in that are not registered, that are going to need to register, and they're going to need to be added to the list somehow, so that they can vote. I'm going to have 23 ballot styles for this type of election, because we have to record by precinct to the Secretary of State's office. So I'll just pick on the 71st district because that's the easiest one. I'm going to have 71-1, 71-2, 71-3. And I have to send those up to, I have to report by district. So they're going to have to be coded individually. So I'm going to have a room that's big enough. And right now we do that with with our same day voter registration. We use the leftover absentees to save money. They're already pre-folded, good to go. We've never had an issue since we've been doing this since 2013. And so that's what I'd follow that format. Basically, as we were talking with Secretary Thomas, who has been an amazing ally with crafting this and reaching out to ROVAC, we were able to basically say we have roadmaps. We have an AB roadmap, we have an EDR roadmap. We really don't need to reinvent the wheel. We need to take from both and combine. And so for me, I can do it in one location. And my city hall is ADA compliant. Everyone in Waterbury knows where City Hall is. It's not like it's a community club. Going into some of the rental facilities that I have, we would have to rent the facility for anywhere between 10 to 18 days. That cost is hopefully the state's problem, but cost is, some places are just not able to give you the full 10 to 14 days or 18 days, whatever is given to us. And we need it consistent. We can't say, well, on this week you're over here and then next week you're over there. So it has to be the same location. I know I can get it done in one location. Larger cities like New Haven that has Yale, and small towns like Mansfield who have stores, they may need to have that second location just to help with the student populations that they have. But in the 5th largest city in Connecticut, I know that we can get it done in one location.
Okay. Thank you so much for your testimony. I appreciate you coming in very thorough.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have no more questions.
Thank you, Representative Master Francesco. Are there any further questions from the committee? Seeing none other, I have one or two for you. Well, first of all, thank you for being here today. Thank you for sharing your experience and the experience of the organization. I guess my question to you is, have you been reaching out to registrars around the state to hear their feedback about the early voting proposals and the issues that we may face? And have you heard from them on those matters?
So yes, ROVAC is broken into a county system. So each county of registrars has a county chair. I happen to be the county chair for New Haven County. We have, working with our lobbyists, put together analysis of the 3 bills that are before this committee to send out to all of the registrars, and they've received that. I've received feedback, and there are concerns, many of which made it into the testimony before you today. Some of the concerns stem from not having an adequate location, which we may need the Secretary of State's office to help in finding that, in locating that. Some registrars are concerned because a vast majority are part-time with full-time employment. But I think that these bills address that in that I have 23 polling places in Waterbury. I cannot be in 23 places on election day. I have a moderator and I have 2 assistant registrars, each representing the majority parties. And if need be, the small towns can set it up that way so that they can continue with their normal employment and have trusted poll workers. They're going to need more than one set, obviously, because I think you'd wear somebody out between 10 and 18 days of doing this, or at least have shifts at that point. But it is, those are some of the bigger concerns. Obviously, our fiscal year 23-24 budgets have been submitted, and this isn't in there. So again, the cost is a concern, but that's a concern for the municipalities and the state to have a conversation and figure out how they're going to fund this with us so that we do administer and execute this properly. But we have had a lot of feedback, and I think we'll continue to have feedback, especially after today, about, and as this bill moves through the building, what we see and how we can address it to make sure that we don't have to constantly come back and redo this legislation. We really kind of want to only adjust it once or twice and then go on and have the early voting.
Well, thank you very much for all your time and your testimony today, as well as your work on all these bills so far. We really do appreciate it. And we will hear from individual registrars today, and we're very glad to, but I would encourage all the registrars to work through ROVAC to address your concerns. Obviously we can't be negotiating a bill with 338 different people, although sometimes it feels like we do in this building every day. But I just want to give you an additional thanks for all your work, uniting all of these concerns and working with us so far. We look forward to continuing to do so.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, next up is Linda Pride, and she'll be followed by Laura Smits.
Yes, thank you, Representative Blumenthal, and thank you to the committee. My name is Linda Pride, and I live in Westport, Connecticut. I'm a retired teacher and a former municipal bond analyst and a member of the Resistors. My comments today are going to focus on the early voting legislation. And the way I look at it, the legislature has to consider 2 major stakeholders as they determine the specific hours, days, and procedures for early voting. The first stakeholder we've been talking about a lot today, the voters. And as I listened to Secretary Thomas earlier today, I'm persuaded that the 10 days of early voting outlined in SB 1064 is a prudent initial first step. Connecticut residents who work non-traditional hours or who are caregivers need some evening and weekend hours to have a real opportunity to vote early. Seniors and disabled residents would also benefit from the additional voting days. Surprise illnesses or last-minute business trips have derailed my own participation in statewide elections at times. The second group of stakeholders are the towns and their budgets. I think we've discussed that. I urge the committee to ensure the success of early voting by advocating for funding for the state's election infrastructure and for municipal budgets. I just want to take 1 minute to talk about the state's aging tabulators. There was an article in the Connecticut Mirror in December that talked about this. Parts for the machines are no longer available since the company that makes them does not exist. Election officials must seek out parts for repairs from neighboring states that have already replaced their machines. And I worry that we're courting trouble if we ignore this issue for much longer. And at our 750 statewide polling places, we'll need to replace the 1,500 tabulators at an estimated cost of $25 million. Electronic polling books would also facilitate the use of the CVRS and aid in the implementation of our early voting plan. Bonding authority for capital equipment is a necessary first step to rectifying our antiquated tabulators. As for the other monies that will be needed and should be provided by the state, we've mentioned personnel and training costs. Some municipalities will incur expenses for using and securing other early voting locations, such as suggested by Mr. DiCarlo. And then last but certainly not least, early voting requires voter education. So advertising and postage fees will need to be part of the package. Secretary Thomas should be involved in leading that education effort. And I'm happy to say that thanks to prudent fiscal management, our state's in the best financial condition it's been in decades. So please make sure that early voting is funded and available earlier this year. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your time and your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Seeing none, we thank you again for being with us.
Thanks.
Next up is Laura Smits, followed by Elisa Beckett Flores. All right, Ms. Smits, whenever
Here,
you begin.
I'm here. I think. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, great. My name is Laura Smits, and I'm a voter in Norwalk. I'm also the current president of the League of Women Voters of Connecticut, as well as an elections moderator in the city of Norwalk and a former registrar of voters in Weston. Thank you, Representative Blumenthal, Ranking Member Senator Sampson, Representative Mastro Francesco, and members of the GAE Committee for this opportunity to speak with you about the important topic of expanding voter access in Connecticut. The mission of the League is to empower voters and defend democracy. Part of that charge is to make sure that every eligible citizen is not only registered to vote, but to make sure that they are educated on the issues and the elections process so that they can feel confident to cast an actual vote. Let me add the voice to the many that you've already heard. Connecticut must have more opportunities for eligible citizens to cast their ballots. I support SB 1057, SB 1064, and HB 5004 for the implementation of early voting. This must be done in a way so that voters in small towns and big cities have equitable access with regard to funding and polling locations. The hours should include multiple weekends with hours similar to those available on election day, early morning and beyond 5 p.m. A major part of the League's mission is to educate voters about not only the issues, but the voting process itself. One of our main concerns is the steep learning curve that will be required for this mission, not just for registrars and town clerks who must administer the elections, but also for voters. We hope that there will be adequate funding for training of the process and funding for getting the word out to voters about that process. The COVID pandemic revealed the desire of Connecticut voters to cast an absentee ballot without needing an excuse, since there were over 650,000 absentee ballots cast in the 2020 election. We need to permanently remove the need for an excuse for any eligible citizen to vote. Passing SJ 29 is crucial to expanding voter access and voter participation through a no excuse absentee ballot. We urge you to pass this bill and make NEAB a reality in Connecticut, and look forward to seeing this question on the ballot in 2024. Our current system of casting an absentee ballot, requiring a voter to complete an application in order to receive one, is vital to the checks and balances of our system, as are the two envelopes designed to protect the privacy of the voter. However, the process is a bit cumbersome and directions must be followed exactly for a vote to count. Failure to do so may result in a voter's absentee ballot being rejected. HB 6693 would require those in charge of counting absentee ballots to give voters an opportunity to correct any mistake so that their vote can continue to be counted as an AB, or they can choose to vote in person instead on election day. While we support the correction of absentee ballots as outlined in HB 6693, we do not support the last section that absentee ballot applications that have been completed and signed are public records, subject to public inspection. We believe this is an unnecessary intrusion and may lead to hesitation on the part of the voter to cast an absentee ballot. We oppose SB 713 for the same reason. Finally, to those who would hesitate to enact these expansions of the voting process using costs as an excuse, I would like to quote one of our longtime Connecticut League members and a former registrar in the town of Wilton, who has since moved to Massachusetts, Carol Young Kleinfeld, who often said, "Democracy is an unfunded mandate. We must forge ahead and join the ranks of other states that already have early voting and no excuse absentee ballot, regardless of the cost. Our representative democracy depends on it." Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Madam, for your testimony. I appreciate it, but you were very thorough. So I certainly appreciate that. Through you, Mr. Chairman, I'm just curious. The League of Women Voters obviously advocates for voting and to get more people engaged in the voting process and the integrity of our elections. And I appreciate that very much because I think it's very important. I was wondering if your organization supports requiring voters to show proof of identification prior to when they're voting. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, is that for me?
Yeah. Oh, yes.
Okay. Sure. Yes, we do in Connecticut. You do have to prove that you are who you say you are. When you come to vote in an election, if you're on the list. If you're on the voter list, then you only need to show proof without a photo. It's an identification that you are who you are, but there's no photo required. So yes, we do support that.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman, I appreciate you saying that you do support some sort of identification. Would you support a photo identification? Through you, Mr. Chairman?
Not necessarily, because when you're on the list of voters, you've already been had to show a photo ID to get on that list in the first place.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Sure. Right now in Connecticut, we do not necessarily support a photo ID. You are required to show identification, but we do not believe that a photo identification is required. If you are on the list, the voter list already, you have already shown some form of identification that has been verified either by the DMV, passport office, or some other government institution, agency.
Thank you. And through you, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned that they were already on the list because they've already shown their identification. Were you referring to the process when they registered to vote that they showed their identification, or were you referring to when they actually go to the polls to vote? Through you.
Well, both. When to get registered, you have to show some kind of form of identification that you're a citizen and that you're a resident of Connecticut. And also when you go to vote, to get checked off on the list that you are there, you do have to show ID as well.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chairman, in Connecticut, actually, you do not need to show any type of identification when you go to the polls to vote. That's the law. You can just sign off on it.
You can. Absolutely. Correct.
You do not have to show any identification.
Well, then you do not, but you do have to sign a form that's saying that you did not show ID. There is a form.
Right. Yeah. I'm sorry to interrupt. If we could just allow each other to finish each other's statements for the sake of the transcript, I'd appreciate it. Representative Mastrofrancesco.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through you. The reason why I mentioned that is that's why I'm very concerned. I think we should have some sort of mandated identification or a photo ID. So I appreciate certainly your comments on there. And the same thing goes for certainly absentee ballots, that we should have some sort of signature verification. But I understand today's testimony is not about photo ID. and signature verification on absentee ballots. But I thought I would just take this opportunity because you are from the League of Women Voters. I thought I would just get your perspective on it. Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. I have no further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Master Francesco. Senator Sampson. Let me just check the Zoom. Seeing no further questions from the committee, thank you very much for your testimony today, and we appreciate your work every day for the people of Connecticut.
Thank you very much.
Next up is Elisa Beckett Flores, followed by Laura Copland. Sorry if I mispronounced your name. Ms. Beckett Flores, you have the floor whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you to Chairs Blumenthal and Flexer, as well as the ranking members Sampson and Mastro Francesco and the GA committee. My name is Elisa Beckett Flores. I am a registrar of voters for the town of New Fairfield. I have submitted my testimony already, so this is just some of my highlights of some of my comments. I do support the statements and testimony, not just of the Secretary of State, but also her staff as well. As a registrar of voters, I support legislation that helps voters get engaged in voting. Making voting inclusive to a larger population of voters is very important. The voices should be heard. Most people don't always work traditional 9-to-5 jobs, and for a variety of other reasons can find it very hard to get to the polls. The integrity and trust that Connecticut voters have in our elections is paramount. I receive many calls and visits to my office with voters' questions about voting in general, questions about integrity, and a vast array of other concerns. How can we execute the elections and protect the trust of the vote and the confidence in the results is my #1 priority. I come from an operations background, and I'm concerned about the strain on not just my office, but our counterparts in the town clerk's office and the financial strain to our departments. We are a small town. In our town, we are a part-time registrars in a municipality with approximately 9,500 active voters. The registrars are part-time, and we have other jobs, sometimes full-time, and may have other responsibilities as well. Many registrars are paid by stipend and are not hourly. That means many of them have already have their budgets getting set currently for next year with the mindset and the mind frame of the current standard of election time periods. I have no other staff in my office other than my counterpart, except during the weeks leading up to the election, with poll workers and moderators having been trained. Early voting is going to massively increase the need and demand for my staff and for the hours that it's going to take to mandate that, as well as the town clerk's office. As needs have increased for elections and in my office in general, many registrars are making the equivalent of minimum wage. The need to have the right people with the right training and the right availability means that we need to support registrars, clerks, and poll workers. The financial burden on smaller municipalities is not known yet. We need the state to help support this. We also have spacing concerns. Many smaller towns may not even have spaces in municipal locations. In our town, we use a senior center and a school. The senior center we cannot use during the early voting because we cannot shut down areas that are being used for social services. And much to the dismay of my second grader, I can't cancel school to use the school as another polling location. Hopefully our town hall will be able to withstand doing early voting with the limited space that we do have because it is so small. It is an older building. I just want to say that we can do this. We can figure this out. The registrars can handle this and the town clerks can help us support this. We can also do no excuse absentee balloting. It is just the concerns over staffing, space, security, and financial burden. It really comes down to the cost. We need the state investment into elections to help support these initiatives. And we also need to get the word out to the voters about all these changes. In the last cycle, when we were changing the redistricting, many voters got confused about where the new polling locations were. I would also like to support no excuse absentee ballots on a personal level. There are many people who cannot physically get to the polls for many reasons. And our state has permanent absentee ballots, which is an amazing resource for the population of voters in all towns across the state, but especially mine. My grandfather was the first permanent absentee ballot in my town. He was a permanently disabled veteran who was blind, and he loved voting, which is why I love voting, and which is probably why I'm in this job that I'm in now. And he got to the point where he could not get transportation to the polling location. So if it wasn't for something like the permanent absentee balloting, my grandfather wouldn't have had the opportunity to vote in the last elections that he was able to. We have now many permanent absentee ballots in our town, and we have a large population of our town who uses these. So even though we have early voting, permanent absentee ballots and regular absentee ballots are still going to have a need for many of our voters. On a side note, town referendums, which have come up when we're talking about early voting, would be very difficult in small municipalities
Sorry
that
to
have no
interrupt,
charters.
Ms. Beckett Flores, if you've reached your time limit, if you could just summarize the remainder of your testimony, please.
That was actually my last line. So thank you so much for having me testify.
Thank you very much for your testimony. It's great to see you. And I appreciate you sharing both your support and your concerns regarding these issues. I don't believe we have any questions from the committee. So I will just thank you for speaking with us and sharing your testimony today. And as I mentioned to Mr. DiCarlo, I hope, and I know you have and will share your concerns with the registrar's organization going forward. And we look forward to attempting to incorporate all of them into the final product.
Thank you so much.
Next up is Laura Copeland, followed by Ann Minuski.
Hi, my name is Laura Copeland. I live in Ivoryton, and I thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of early voting and absentee voting. I did a lot of door knocking this past election season, and when I talked to people about the referendum, almost unanimously people were in favor of absentee voting and early voting for lots of reasons, work constraints, childcare, but mostly because people understood that democracy requires participation. I would support 10 to 14 days or however many days to allow routinely disenfranchised voters to vote, including weekends and flexible hours, and including public transportation access. I'd also support funding for educating the public and funding for implementing the process and for the training of workers. The other details I leave to you and the experts. I also support no excuse absentee voting. As Secretary Thomas said this morning, that is not what we currently have. And as many other people have mentioned, there are many reasons why people need to or want to vote absentee, and it should be codified so that it can't be changed with an administration change. In sum, we should make it easier for all eligible people to vote, and I hope that you will all do the right thing with these important bills. I thank you for your hard work, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk with you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there questions from the committee? Questions from the committee? Seeing none, I thank you for your testimony and for being with us today, as well as all your work more generally. Next up is Ann Minuski, followed by Patricia Spruance. Ms. Minuski, please state your name for the record, and you can begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Ann, Chairman and members of the Government Administration and Elections Committee. I'm Ann Minuski, a 24-year Connecticut resident, wife, mother, as well as former licensed professional counselor and current president of the Connecticut Republican Assembly. The Connecticut Republican Assembly has members and friends totaling over 500 Republicans and conservatives across the 8 counties of Connecticut who stand firm in our principles and unalienable rights under the U.S. Constitution, as well as the rights and responsibilities within the Connecticut Constitution. There is widespread concern in regard to the changes being made to our election laws and to the lack of a defined law in the specifics as to early voting. At the current time, we have absentee voting laws that fully allow for anyone to receive an absentee ballot application due to a cold for one or another citizen. There are too many unanswered questions at this time. There's nothing in regard to a time frame specified and costs for 169 towns to have early voting. These questions must be answered before any further steps in the process are made. Further work on these details need to be made before early voting goes into effect. Additionally, I want to, when I was putting my testimony together, I wanted to reflect back on the election fraud, election integrity issues that exist. And Connecticut, under the Heritage Organization, we are in the bottom quartile, fourth in ranking in voter implementation, ID implementation. There's issues of accuracy of voter registration lists, absentee ballot management, vote harvesting, which sadly, on a personal level, I had an issue with the last election, last municipal election, where I filed a complaint with the SEC because of 475 Consulting having worked with the Democrats in Easton for ballot harvesting. So I know this on a personal level. There's issues with verification of citizenship, identification for voter assistance, many other variables that I hope that people will look at the Heritage Organization's information. My other critical issue is our concern for chain of custody. There's nothing being discussed on the chain of custody. My vote is important as your vote is important. We need to make sure that all voters are accurately counted. So I hope that the committee will go back and put together specific information based upon people's testimony and concerns of going forward for early voting. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Do we have questions from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for joining us today. Oh, you're not on our screen any longer. I hope you're still with us. Oh, there you are. Anyway, I just wanted to thank you for your testimony today. I agreed with a lot of the comments that you made and share many of your concerns. I just want to assure you that I'm very familiar with that that list of deficiencies that you referred to. And we've actually, as members of the minority, have attempted to try and incorporate those in a lot of policy in the past, and we will continue to do so in the future. And I just wanted to share with you, I don't know if you saw the Secretary of the State, but I do have to commend her that she did make several points about voter integrity and ballot security, particularly about the storage of ballots during an early voting process. So I'm hopeful, and I'll share that with you. And I can tell you that we're certainly going to be very vocal in the committee about making sure that the integrity aspect of the policy is maintained. And access, of course, is important, but we also have to keep an eye on integrity. So I thank you for being a watchdog and paying attention and sharing your thoughts with us. I appreciate it very much. And thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Sampson.
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any further questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, I will thank you for your testimony and appreciate you being with us today. Next up is Patricia Spruance, followed by Jameem Davis. Ms. Spruance, whenever you're ready.
Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, Senator Sampson, Representative Mastrofrancesco, and all distinguished members of the GAE committee. My name is Patricia Spruance, and I am the Windham Town Clerk and first Vice President of the Connecticut Town Clerk Association. I'm grateful to the committee for the opportunity to testify on these important election bills. The CTCA is in support of HB 6693 and SJ 713. Town clerks do support public access to inspect absentee ballot applications that have been signed and submitted to our offices. We request for added language requiring public inspection to occur 24 hours after receipt of the application, especially during the window that absentee ballots are available to voters. We only ask that there be provision to hold back these applications for 24 hours, since we have a statutory obligation to ensure that the ballot is mailed to the voter within 24 hours. Additionally, HB 6693 requires the registrars to attempt to notify any absentee ballot voters who fail to sign the inner envelope. Here's the problem. The lack of a signature on the inner envelope will not be revealed until the opening of the ballots on election day. And given the fact that a majority of absentee ballot voters are out of town on election day, contacting them on election day may prove to be a point of frustration, given the fact that their ballot was likely dropped off many days prior to the election, and their opportunity to cure their ballot may not be possible due to their absence from their town. So we do agree with the intent to help voters make their ballot whole in the case of a missing signature on the inner envelope, but would like to respectfully offer this recommendation. We suggest that a new absentee ballot envelope be implemented that would allow the voter to sign their name on the outside of the envelope. When absentee ballots arrive to our offices, we would be able to contact the voter quickly should their signature be missing from the outer envelope. They would benefit by having this quick opportunity to cure the ballot. Unfortunately, the registrars of voters are able to contact them on election day. The CTCA also supports SJ29 and HJ1, allowing no excuse absentee ballot voting. And giving voters greater access to the voting process is what we're all about and support fully. The CTCA also supports all of the early voting bills, SB 1057, SB 1064, and HB 5004. Given the fact that early voting will occur by paper ballot, which will be administered by the Registrar of Voters, we would like to suggest that an affidavit of delivery and receipt be completed daily. The use of an affidavit of delivery and receipt is already utilized when town clerks deliver absentee ballots to the Registrar of Voters on election day. Furthermore, the use of the affidavit will ensure that we maintain accountable precision in the number of envelopes received and delivered, along with a strict record of the chain of custody of the envelopes received. Thank you for your attention to these matters, and I will be happy to entertain questions.
Thank you, Ms. Bruins. Are there any questions from the committee? Any questions? I just have a couple quick ones. First of all, did you submit written testimony?
Yes, I did. Indeed.
Okay. Everything you told us today in your oral testimony, is that also in your written testimony?
It is.
That's great to hear. I look forward to reviewing it again. I really
Thank you.
Appreciate a number of the ideas in there, especially the suggestion around the different sort of absentee ballot envelope to, well, at least limit the possibility of people failing or mis-signing and not having their vote counted for that reason. So I appreciate that. Additionally, have you, through your organization, had the opportunity to solicit feedback on the proposals before us from town clerks around the state? And have you heard from them?
Yes, we are really, we've come together and we have a strong consensus of moving forward. We know that times change, and one doesn't want to be an organization of obstructionists, but we want to work in conjunction, collaboration with the Registrar of Voters, along with the legislature. We have a Secretary of State that is very, very collaborative. She's very willing to hear us out. She's met with us several times. And so again, we want to be in step with what the state of Connecticut is doing. Obviously, the will of the voter has been made known through the last vote. And so we want to be also in keeping with these movements forward. But as you realize, we are very interested, and it is of paramount importance to keep those absentee ballots or the early paper ballots that will be voted completely secure. And there are ways of doing that. And so we want to be, for you to know that we feel strongly about the chain of custody, that the Registrar of Voters check things, turn them over to us. They're checked together. We both sign off on them. And when we deliver them, we do it again. And so the voter has to be assured that there is integrity, that there is care. And I have always loved working with the Registrar of Voters. We have both parties present, and it is open, it is collaborative, and we're working toward the same end.
Well, we thank you very much for your testimony and for that collaborative relationship, both with the registrars, with the Secretary of the State, and with us as we're seeking to form these bills into a program of early voting that will be both accessible and administrable. And we appreciate your and your fellow town clerks' dedication to duty. We will hear from individual town clerks today, I have no doubt, and we welcome it and we appreciate it. But we ask also that you work through CTCA. Again, there are only 169 town clerks, but we also can't negotiate a bill with 169 town clerks. So please work through your organization so that all those comments and concerns can be brought to us in an efficient fashion. So with that, thank you very much, Ms. Bruins. We appreciate your testimony and being with us today.
Thank you.
Next up is Jameem Davis, followed by Callie Hallman.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for having me, Representative Blumenthal, ranking members, Senator Sampson, Mastro Francesco, and co-chair Flexer. My name is Jameem Davis. I am the president and co-director of Bridgeport Generation Now Votes. We are on a mission at our organization to strengthen democracy in Bridgeport and increase voter turnout in our local elections. We're also members of the Safe Vote Connecticut Coalition, and we organize our own Unrigged Bridgeport Coalition, which has important grassroots partners like the Greater Bridgeport NAACP, PT Partners, SEIU 1199, and more. My colleague, Callie Heilman, she's the co-director, she'll testify next on our support of the bills related to absentee voting, but I'm here today to testify in support of the bills related to early voting implementation, HB 5004, SB 1057, and SB 1064. In Bridgeport, we worked really hard last year through phone banking, sending mailers, social media to increase awareness about the importance of early voting. And Gen Now Votes and our coalition partners stand strong in our support of these bills, if amended with several key additions. First, on early voting must be accessible. The average number of days of early voting nationwide is 23. We believe there should be at least 3 weeks of early voting, with at least 2 weekends and 1 weekend before Election Day. And the hours must also accommodate work schedules and therefore must include early morning and evening hours. Second, early voting must be equitable. The plan must include ongoing full funding of the early voting operation, education, and communications for municipalities, especially to cities like Bridgeport, where the rates of voter participation among Black, Latino, low-income, elderly, disabled, and young residents are consistently low. We also would like early voting to be expansive. We shouldn't let our state's steady habits interfere with the will of Connecticut voters. The referendum results should be confirmed with fast action. The legislation should fund a plan that includes concrete steps for 2023, so that Connecticut is set up for the next federal cycle in 2024. We must protect the right to vote through state law. No one in Connecticut's democracy should ever feel entitled to come between a voter and their freedom to vote. We are just pleased that the early voting implementation is up this year. I said before, we worked really hard on it and strongly believe that we need early voting in Connecticut to be equitable. We need to make sure that early voting sites in Connecticut are not, that they are mandated, and that municipalities like ours don't just arbitrarily choose where they want a polling site. And in a place like Bridgeport, we definitely need more than one. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your testimony and for all your work on behalf of the voters of Bridgeport. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee? Seeing none, I'll just say thank you for your testimony today. And as I said, your work making voting accessible and increasing participation to all the community members and voters of Bridgeport and their surrounding area. We appreciate you. Next
Thank
up
you.
is Callie Heilman, followed by Matthew Katra.
Hello, good afternoon. Good afternoon, co-chairs, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, and ranking members, Senator Sampson and Master Francesco, Representative Master Francesco, and the esteemed members of the GAE committee. My name is Callie Heilman, and I am the co-director with Jameem Davis of Bridgeport Generation Now Votes. Ms. Davis submitted testimony in support of early voting, and on behalf of our organization and our coalition and Bridgeport voters, I'm testifying in support of the bills related to no excuse absentee voting, SJ 29, HJ1, and HJ1. We worked on the ground during our 2021 municipal elections, knocking on doors to get out the vote, and we know firsthand how important the expansion to absentee voting was in 2020 and 2021 for Bridgeport residents who were overwhelmed by the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, in the 2020 presidential election, in part due to expanded access to the ballot, but also due to the fact that all voters received absentee ballot applications in the mail, Bridgeport had the highest voter turnout of any large municipality in our state. We absolutely do not have no excuse absentee voting currently. The restrictions are real and continue to have real world impacts. The closed nature of Connecticut's elections and the burdens placed on voters to exercise our right to vote means that local elections in our state can be manipulated when political actors are highly motivated. What we have in Bridgeport are political operatives paid by partisan actors and campaigns that manipulate and target some of our most vulnerable voters, our elderly, disabled, low-income, and monolingual Spanish speakers. The current absentee ballot process makes it easy to abuse the system and to abuse voters. When we helped voters sue city officials and the Ganim campaign after Bridgeport's 2019 mayoral primary, the evidence proved that political operatives in Bridgeport are paid solely to distribute AB applications, which is against state law, that they lie to voters about the laws governing who is qualified to use an absentee ballot, which is against state law, that they forged voters' signatures on applications, which is against state law, and that they took voters' ballots from them, which is against state law. When State Superior Court Judge Stevens ruled on the case, he noted that it was the first of its kind in the state and indicated that Connecticut's laws on absentee ballots were being exploited and therefore required close attention of the General Assembly. In particular, Judge Stevens called for the following reforms: early voting, an end to the strict requirements on the use of absentee ballots, and prohibitions against party workers circulating absentee ballot applications. You are all working on 2 out of the 3. In order to create an inclusive multiracial democracy in the state, we need real structural change, and we need to be freed from this abusive system. For the voters of Bridgeport, that structural change will come when you all write the laws governing no excuse absentee voting and fully restrict paid party workers from inserting themselves between voters and their access to the ballot. The end goal of this legislature should be to expand no excuse.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Your time has expired. If you could just summarize the remainder of your testimony.
Oh, yes. In conclusion, the end goal of this legislature should be to expand no excuse access permanently to mail-in voting. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions or comments from the committee? Senator Sampson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here today. It's Callie, right?
Yes.
Thank you for being here, and I appreciate your testimony. I only caught part of it, and I just want to say that, you know, I agree with you on virtually everything you said, and my concerns about absentee voting are very much the same as yours. I want to ask you a question. I guess I got to preface it with some conversation. So in 2020, you know, as a result of the pandemic, the state of Connecticut expanded the ability to send out ballot applications. And of course, it was understood that you still had to meet the qualifications. But the Secretary of State put right on the document that anyone could check the box and be eligible. And then subsequent to that, this most recent legislative session last year, we changed the law based on the argument the majority made that the Constitution always said that an illness included something beyond your personally being sick. And I've made the statement here many times, and I think you were reacting to it by saying that I've said that there is already no excuse absentee voting, and you say otherwise. And it is for the reasons you specified that I raised that concern, which is that we are now allowing any party, particularly candidates and political, groups of all types and stripes, to be able to target their, their voters that they think will be favorable to them and send them ballot applications because we've loosened up those restrictions. And I believe it's no excuse. So I would just love a reaction to that. And maybe we can have a dialogue and find some understanding between us through you, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. So the problem with the absentee ballot process, which is still in place and which does require a constitutional amendment and then the legislature to craft laws around no excuse absentee voting. The problem is that there is a middle person between the voter and their access to the ballot. And that middle person, that middle process, which is the application process, is the problem. It is a hurdle that voters have to go through, and it's a gatekeeping hurdle. So our recommendation, based on our 6 to 7 years of grassroots organizing here in Bridgeport, and we're well aware of the problem, is to first amend the Constitution for no excuse. And then when it comes time to write the laws, to take Judge Stevens up on his recommendation and restrict the ability for partisan actors to have anything to do with this process. So in theory, the best reform would be to fund the direct mail of absentee ballot applications directly to all voters at the same exact time, or even better, to craft a system for mail-in voting. And then voters can just choose whether they want to vote from home, through the mail, or early voting, or on election day.
Thank you very much for that answer, Callie. I appreciate it very, very much. I agree with you that the Constitution does require certain excuses for no excuse absentee voting. And I believe that to this day, that's the way it is. And that irregardless of the behavior of the administration or the previous Secretary of the State, or the change in the statute supposedly to conform to the Constitution, none of that changes anything because they still have not changed the Constitution. So I agree with you there. The only, but the fact is, in practice, we have no excuse absentee voting, and it is being used in the ways you just described. And I completely agree with your assessment, which is that the danger is the fact that we are effectively creating a situation where whoever has the most resources can use mail-in voting to their advantage in a political election. I don't know if you could limit partisan actors, because it would be very hard to describe someone that way. Any group could simply say they are trying to increase voter participation and still selectively mail certain people. So I put in a proposal every year to say that if we have no excuse absentee voting, that's totally fine, and anyone should be able to participate, but only that individual can request their ballot. So you have to actually make a proactive move to say, I would like to vote by mail. That's my option, and I will choose to do so. To me, that's the only real solution. The other alternatives, allowing ballot harvesting to continue the way it did in the most previous election, is dangerous. And to have the state or municipalities mailing them out is also problematic, because we saw the state of our current voter rolls resulted in a lot of excess ballots. So I thank you very much for your testimony. And I'm pleased to see that we have so much in common, maybe not the way we see the current status, but the problem and the way it needs to be addressed. I think we agree on, and thank you very much for your testimony.
You're welcome. And I'll just make one more comment, which is that you said the voter can only be the one to request the ballot, but in that system, you're still relying on someone who has the most resources to have access to voting. And if there is a full funding for direct mail of an application to all to all registered voters and or a system of direct mail-in voting, we are equally enfranchising everyone simultaneously at the same time. And that is what we care most about at Bridgeport Generation Now Votes, which is fair, just, and equitable, free and fair elections. Thank you.
Senator Sampson has one more question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. No, and I appreciate that. I'm curious what you mean when you say that somehow the person that would have to request the ballot themselves needs to, I don't remember exactly what you said.
Right,
But
have
to me,
resources.
It is a personal exercise and a personal right. So I think it also comes with some element of personal responsibility, and we're already reducing that responsibility from having to show up in person to allow you to request a ballot. And I mean, I have no objection to handling that any way you want. I mean, you can do that electronically, via a phone call, whatever. I'm just suggesting that that individual should be the person, and it should be limited to that person, rather than some institution or third party to decide who's getting ballot applications. So if you want to explore that a little further, I just, if you feel like my proposal is disenfranchising folks, I'm very curious to hear why, because I don't believe I am. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
Sure. Well, just the system that exists in Bridgeport exists because of exactly what I said. People with the least amount of resources are the people who are being targeted. In terms of resources, we're talking about access to the internet, access to a phone, language access. And because of that lack of access, that is why they are targeted and manipulated, lied to, and taken advantage of through this current system. And that really, that the lack of resources isn't going to change on the other side in your example, right? And so you're still restricting access to the ballot for people who actually ideally we want full participation, right, in democracy. So, how are we designing a system in which that is encouraging 100% participation in our elections?
Thank you, Senator Sampson. Any further questions from the committee? I will just say, I guess this is probably a comment, and then I'll ask you for a response if you want to give one. First of all, just thank you for being here, and thank you for working to expand participation in our democracy in Bridgeport and just in the state generally. I think you've hit the nail on the head with regard to our current system as laid out in the Constitution and absentee voting, which is that although we've expanded to the constitutional limits the ability for someone to get an absentee ballot, the fact that the reasons to get an absentee ballot are laid out in our Constitution and are so kind of complex and specific, I think does open it up to potential confusion, accident, or manipulation by unscrupulous actors. And I think that's a problem. And I agree with you that we should fix it by constitutional amendment and then implementing a program of no excuse absentee balloting. So I appreciate your work in the past and your testimony before the committee. Appreciate what you're doing today. If you have any response to my comment about your comments, you're welcome to give it now.
No, just thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Matthew Katra, followed by Tanisha Hill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, ranking members, and to the entire committee. My name is Matthew Katra. I'm the Registrar of Voters for the Borough of Naugatuck, and I've been a registrar since 2014. And it's a position I truly enjoy. I'm not here to support or nor oppose any of the proposals, but to want to speak about the most important concerns when the legislation is finally passed. The first point I want to address is the fact that most registrar of voters in Connecticut are part-time registrars. We are paid very little for the work we do. For example, I am paid about $5,000 a year to be registrar of voters. Most registrars like me have full-time careers
and we use our limited personal vacation time to perform the required duties to hold successful elections. I currently take 2 to 4 days of vacation time from my full-time job around each election and primary to ensure Naugatuck elections are held every year. This is on top of the other vacation days. I also attend training and ROVAC conferences and other required duties. In some years, I may use more than half my vacation days to perform the duties of registrar. With the addition of early voting, if registrars are expected to be on site for 14 plus days of early voting, as listed in the proposed legislation, you may expect a large number of registrars to have to resign. Not out of protest, not out of anger, but rather they simply can't take that much time off from their full-time jobs. The second point is the cost of early voting. This fiscal year, Naugatuck's total election budget is just $122,000. Next year's budget, as we are going through our budget season, with 14 days of early voting for one primary, one local election, and a presidential primary for 48 total early voting days, will be in excess of $330,000, triple this year's budget. That's just for staffing. Such an increase cannot be simply thrown at the municipalities as an unfunded mandate. My third point will be the ability of checking in early voters. Most municipalities are using paper checklists to track all their voters. These paper checklists will be simply insufficient to track early voters over 14 days, absentee voters, and election day voters. Naugatuck, however, is lucky where we invested in a product called Voter Checklist that we use to check in our voters electronically. I strongly recommend that any legislation that is passed includes a mandate and the funding for a statewide computerized voter check-in system. Finally, we need to ensure that elections in Connecticut do not turn into, I'll say, Arizona elections. I take personal pride that Naugatuck election results are uploaded online by 10 or 10:30 p.m. every election. This is the case for most municipalities in Connecticut, with some larger cities understandably submitting results early the next day. We do not want to turn our state into a laughingstock where we're releasing results days and even weeks later. Rightly or wrongly, the longer the results take to be released to the public only leads to less and less trust in the election process. Thank you for your time today, and I hope each of these points and the points in my written testimony submitted are taken into account when final legislation is written and voted upon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Katra. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? Representative Bronco, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and Mr. Katra, thank you for coming here today. You are my registrar.
I am.
And it's just for the committee, I don't know anyone that serves in this position that is more committed to doing this job. That it's not something you run for just to do on the side. You take this very seriously, and I commend you for not only the effort you put into it, but the time, including your own time. And I know that you took the day today just to be up here to provide testimony to us. So I commend you for the efforts you put into this. And, as we develop this whole early voting thing, there's a lot of components to it. And not to be lost is the work that our registrars do. Can you explain a little bit more how this will impact you personally in terms of you're going to require more vacation time? Is this something that in the current way set up that you could even handle? And it's going to require a lot more from you. Can you talk a little bit about the impact this will have on you?
I definitely wouldn't be able to take 14 extra days of vacation every single election for my job. It just would be impossible. I'd lose that. I'd lose that job, and I think most registrars who are in the same situation would have to choose between one or the other. And at $5,000 a year for registrar, that decision's pretty easy to make. But even if we're in the legislation where it says you could hire someone to act in your role, they just don't have the training to be able to handle every situation. We as registrars are going to have to be available without a doubt. I mean, whether it's one registrar or the other. I mean, I work very closely with our Democratic registrar in Naugatuck, Louise, who I spoke on her behalf too here. So we have a very good working relationship, but that's some things only we have the training to handle and would be able to do. So it would be very impactful, to try to balance that full-time work and registrar work for 14 days or 18 days or even 10 days for every single election. Next fiscal year, we're looking at 3 different cycles between a local primary, a local election, and a presidential primary. And that doesn't even include, special elections that come up on occasion and, referendum that has been discussed earlier today. So it would be extremely difficult for the part-time registrars.
And we're fortunate in Naugatuck to have 2 registrars that care very deeply and are committed to running safe, secure, efficient elections. And as far as the costs, we've kind of touched on some of them, but some of the ancillary costs that we'll incur. Can you talk a little bit more to that? I mean, we're probably gonna have to pay you more than $5,000 a year because we're gonna triple your workload. So can you talk more about the costs associated?
Yeah, at a single election or a single polling location, you have a moderator, you got 2 assistant registrars or the registrars themselves if they're present. You'll have a ballot clerk or 2. You'll have a couple checkers for early voting. How many lines you have, you're gonna have to have a couple checkers, and then you got a tabulator tender. Even though we're not tabulating the votes, you're still gonna need someone to watch that ballot box, whether they're called a tabulator tender or a ballot clerk tender. And then you're gonna need a greeter or 2 in front to help them guide it, because it is different than just coming to your single polling location. Plus somebody to set it up, somebody to tear it down, the time to take the ballots and everything and secure them each night back to town hall. If you're not voting in town hall where your town clerks is, which Naugatuck cannot do, we do not have the facilities in our town hall to be able to do this. We're looking at about $4,200 a day in staffing cost alone. And that's before we start talking about additional ballots, or we start talking about any type of software systems we may need to do this, or just even queue management, just stanchions and stuff like that to keep people, in line and to be able to do that. I mean, that's just before any of that type of cost. But about $4,200 a day we're looking at to fund 1 day of early voting for 1 location. So double that for a large town that may need 2 locations.
Thank you. And just and we've had discussions about this, and I've always been interested in your input and how we roll this out. Can you speak just briefly to kind of your suggestion how we roll this out in terms of kind of a uniform system across the state, so as to avoid towns doing things individually? Or
I'm very much, my mindset is local control as much as possible, but I don't see a system where Naugatuck is voting from 10 a.m. to 4 p.m., but Waterbury has 10 p.m. to 6 p.m. and Beacon Falls is noon to 6 p.m. and then Middlebury is only 2 to 4 p.m. And that's just mass confusion. And then maybe they vote on this day, but then Naugatuck doesn't vote on this day. It really needs to be uniform across all municipalities in the state. And I do agree with Secretary Thomas earlier, who said, maybe a lesser time for municipal elections and primary times rather than doing the 10, 14 days. Keep the 10 to 14 days for your governor's election and your presidential elections in the even years, but for primaries and other times, maybe it's just 5 days or even 3 days or less. But it's to keep a uniform across all the town is almost a requirement. Otherwise, it's just going to be, well, I could vote today, but that person can't vote today, or that person can vote tomorrow, but not today. So it will become a troublesome for the electors or for the voters.
Okay, that's all I have. I appreciate you coming up with your testimony today. And again, thank you for the work you do for Naugatuck and the effort that you put into. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Representative Bronco.
Thank you, Representative. Representative Labriola, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I actually wrote out 3 questions, which my colleague Seth Bronco just asked the exact same 3 questions. So I will dispense with those. But as the other state representative for Naugatuck, Matt, I just want to thank you for taking the time to come up here. Thank you for all you do for the people of Naugatuck and for the borough of Naugatuck. Thanks again. Thank you.
I appreciate that. And my Democratic registrar, Louise Sheedy, she deserves just as much credit as I do.
Thank you, Representative. Any further questions from the committee? I have just 2 very brief ones. One, have you spoken with Rovac about your concerns?
Yes. I've shared my concerns just the other day with Tim. We talk, fairly regular basis. In fact, he's my go-to guy when I first became registrar. He was my go-to person when I had questions.
Well, we appreciate
Yeah.
that very much. And the other question is, did you submit any written
I
testimony?
did.
Well, we appreciate that. We'll be on the lookout for it. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
Next up is Tanisha Hill, followed by Patricia Rossi. Tanisha Hill. I am not seeing Tanisha Hill. All right, so next up we will have Patricia Rossi, followed by Dominic Rapini. The button should be, I think it should be right in front. Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. Good afternoon, co-chairs Blumenthal and Flexer, and ranking members Mastro Francesco and Sampson. Thank you for letting me talk to you today about these bills. My name is Patricia Rossi, and I am the Advocacy Vice President for the League of Women Voters of Connecticut. I am going to submit my written testimony, but I'm not going to go through it today because Laura Smits, our president, already spoke to you and told you what our position is on these very important bills. I just wanted to take the time to mention the things that I think need special emphasis. One is I didn't realize until these bills were introduced just how complicated this process is. It's tremendously complicated, and I commend you for starting the process relatively early so that we can work through these kinks and get it right. The other thing is that I think that the legislation should require multiple polling places when the population gets up above a certain point. I'm also a volunteer poll worker in the city of New Haven, and I cannot imagine, our city hall is at 200 Orange Street. 200 Orange Street is not easy for everybody to get to. And as Aaron Good, who gave testimony also from New Haven, mentioned, when asked, voters preferred, as important to them as many days was flexible hours. And so in having early morning hours, late evening hours are very important to voters, more so than X number of days. Also, I think having a voting place you can get to is critically important. Finally, we just heard there's research out of Tufts University that young people are more likely to use early voting than no excuse absentee ballots or election day voting. And so we want and need our young people to get involved in our democratic process, which they have not done at the levels we would like to see. And so early voting is very important for that. And I think finally, the 2 weekends are very important. We've had testimony from nurses who work every other weekend. It's very important to have 2 weekends. So that's all I want to say this afternoon. Thank you very much. And if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Thank you very much. It's very good to see you. Do we have any questions or comments from the committee?
No.
Seeing none, thank you very much for being with us today. It's great to see you in person, especially, and thanks for all your work on behalf of the voters of Connecticut. Next up is Dominic Rapini, followed by Carol Congiano. I'm not seeing Mr. Rapini. Doesn't appear to be on our virtual list either. So Carol Congiano, if you're with us, you are up. Next after Carol Congiano is Debbie Esposito, followed by Michelle Jacqueline. Is Ms. Esposito here? Not seeing her on the list either. Is she there? Oh, I see. Ms. Esposito, why are you not on my list? It's because you're already a panelist. All right. So Ms. Esposito, you are up. If you would like to begin whenever you can. and just state your name for the record before you begin your testimony. And actually, if you wouldn't mind, just bringing down your camera a little bit. Perfect. Lovely. And unmute yourself, and then you can begin your testimony.
My goodness, so sorry. Good afternoon, committee members, committee chair, committee members. My name is Debbie Esposito, and I oppose these bills. But first, I'd like to start by applauding Secretary Thomas earlier for acknowledging the overwhelming tasks that election day workers have and their limitations to reach out to cure their ballots, as well as the absolute conflict with absentee voters who all of a sudden want to come in on election day to physically cure their ballots. Second, she asked to hear from election day workers about photo ID. I am an election day worker, and I can attest that a photo ID is the most efficient document that a voter can present to us. I'd be hard pressed to find a taxpayer who would not support the funding of state-funded issue photo ID. My testimony specifically, though, is this. I think it should be a requirement for anyone to speak on elections and ballot changes must first be a poll worker on election day, and they must spend at least one day in a registrar's office. Our current in-person system should be expanded. Many polling places are overwhelmingly busy, and no voter should have to wait in line on election day. And there should be mandatory free public transportation on election day. There is already mandatory paid 2 hours leave from work. Please don't make a mockery of our voting rights by making a careless, unsecured process. You are talking about a live trial with our elections. You have the responsibility to preserve the integrity of elections, and let's be clear about the funding. Whether it is local, state, or federal, it's all our taxpayer money. I'm hearing little to no talk about election security, protecting my vote. And where is that conversation? We've all heard about voter fraud and whether or not our elections are secure. Well, I can tell you personally that our elections are not secure, and they are riddled with fraud. After the 2020 election, I personally canvassed a significant number of Connecticut voter records with a grassroots organization. We canvassed in person and through the computer. I personally canvassed 250 voter names. The result of that canvass left me with many, many questions about the authenticity of the voter, things that just didn't seem right, situations like 10 people living in one small apartment with different last names, voters who were inactive for the past 5 years and miraculously voted in the 2020 election. And although those were questionable, there was not enough information for me to generate an affidavit for those particular scenarios. But other voters, 70 of my 250 names, warranted affidavits. These 70 names were the result of significant irregularities. No person ever associated with that address, evidence of them living out of state. There was a vacant lot, etc. And this was not the result of a secure election, or I should say not representative of a secure election. Our voter rolls and the verification systems are broken, possibly even corrupt.
Ms. Esposito?
Yep, I have one more sentence.
If you could just complete your testimony and summarize your.
I sure will. To expand our voting systems will not only exacerbate the integrity of the elections, and just because voters want reform doesn't make them feasible. Those who value the privilege of voting will for sure find a means to cast their vote in person on election day. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? I have one quick one, which is that you indicated that you had found some potential evidence of irregularities in certain votes. I was wondering, did you contact the State Elections Enforcement Commission or law enforcement about those potential irregularities? I think you're muted. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry about that. Several of us as individuals had presented this information to certain state legislatures who felt that there was not enough evidence to continue. We are in the position of, if we show you a murdered body, it's not our job to go out and do the investigation. There is another individual who has carried on and brought this information, and there's currently it's currently before the courts in a certain number of cases. So yes, we've done our due diligence as best as we can, at least we believe we have at this point.
Okay, well, thank you for that information. I would ask you that if you are in this situation, that you please make reports of this to SEEK and or law enforcement, because those are the appropriate investigating bodies. And obviously you want to get to the bottom of any potential irregularities. So we thank you very much for your testimony and appreciate your presence here today. Next up is Michelle Jacqueline, followed by Brian Donahue. Ms. Jacqueline, if you could
Yes.
identify yourself for the record and begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, Ranking Member Sampson, and Mastro Francesco, and other members of the GAE committee. My name is Michelle Jackman, and I'm representing Common Cause of Connecticut. I also have served as a poll worker in my hometown of Glastonbury for the last 10 years. I'm testifying in support of SJ 29 and HJ 1, which are our resolutions to allow no excuse absentee balloting. I have submitted written testimony, but I am going to depart from that testimony today to make two major points, which I don't think have been touched on yet today. The first is, as you know, there are 6 reasons or excuses stipulated in our voting statutes as to why people can vote by absentee ballot. One of them is if you're out of town during all hours of voting. Well, you know, anybody could say that they were going to be out of town during all hours of voting, but we have no way of proving that, and we have to take people's word for it. You know, that opens the door to some dishonesty, perhaps, although I don't think that there is any fraud that takes place in our voting in Connecticut. Another reason is if you're an active member of the military. And I would say, why do we specify the military? And I'll give you an example. My son, having graduated from college, served for 2 years in the Peace Corps in a small town in Nicaragua. He voted by absentee ballot during 2 elections. Why don't we specify in our statutes, for example, members of the Peace Corps who by definition serve overseas? Why don't we specify members of the U.S. Foreign Service who serve overseas in embassies and consulates? The fact is that our voting statutes are arbitrary and outdated. And by eliminating these 6 really useless and irrelevant reasons for absentee balloting, we would in effect modernize our voting statutes and eliminate the capriciousness which now exists. The second point I'd like to make is that you've heard today that it's becoming more and more difficult to recruit people to work, to staff polling places around the state. And that's true in small towns, medium-sized communities, and cities. And I will use as an example my hometown of Glastonbury. We've gone from 9 polling places to 7. At each of those 7 polling places, we employ 6 to 8 people whom work about 16 to 18 hours during election day and are paid an hourly rate of between $16 and $18 an hour. If we were to allow a no excuse absentee voting and open the door to hundreds, if not thousands of people voting by absentee ballots, we could perhaps reduce the number of polling places we have in the town of Glastonbury from 7 to maybe 5. We would then eliminate the need to recruit, train, and pay anywhere from 12 to 16 poll workers. And yes, it's true that we would have to hire some absentee ballot counters, but my experience is that they work fewer hours and are paid less than actual poll workers, resulting in a net savings, a financial savings to towns across Connecticut. And I think that's a very important point to make, that this would
Ms.
actually—
Jacqueline, sorry to interrupt.
Yes, I'm finished now. I was just going to say that this would actually cost less money than our current system. And I thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, I'd be pleased to answer them.
Great. Well, thank you for your testimony. It's good to see you. those of us at the Capitol will recognize you and your long tenure as a journalist for the Current. So it's good to see you again, Michelle. Let me just see if there's any questions that anyone on the committee has. I don't see any, so I think you're good to go. And thanks again for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm filling in here briefly for Representative Blumenthal. I'm State Senator Derek Slapp, so greetings to everybody, and honored to be here and pick it up from my colleague. I see that Brian Donahue is next on our list, but I don't see Brian. So after Brian is Kara Gately. Kara is joining us remotely. Kara, are you there?
I am.
Okay, if you could just turn your, great, you're one step ahead of me. Turn your camera on. Great. Welcome to GAE and look forward to your testimony.
Thank you very much. Thank you, co-chairs Flexner, Blumenthal, ranking members Sampson, Mastro Francesco, and members of the committee for this opportunity to testify on the proposed early voting legislation and for your focus on listening to subject matter experts, especially Secretary of State Thomas, the experts at SOTS, SEEK, ROVAC, and the Town Clerks Association. And I also want to send an additional thank you out to Secretary of State Thomas for all of her efforts and advocacy and reaching out on these issues, and for her engagement with the town clerks and the registrars of voters throughout the state of Connecticut. I am a relatively new registrar of voters in the town of Darien, Connecticut. And as a new registrar, I am deeply indebted and appreciative of the knowledge and expertise of my predecessor, John Vesey, and my co-registrar of voters, Susan Gray, and our wonderful, hardworking assistant registrars, Corey Freight and Tracy Whitehead, and members of ROVAC and their staff, the staff at SOTS, for all of the expertise, knowledge sharing, and advice and tips that they provide. Because as people have said, running elections and administering them is incredibly time consuming. It is a operational and logistical marathon. And that's in addition to maintaining voter rolls, making sure people are registered, voter education, voter outreach, and keeping updated lists, and also dealing with other registrars to ensure that when people move, the registration rolls are kept accurate. I am, however, very supportive of early voting and greater flexibility for absentee ballot initiatives. I'm supportive of these efforts and initiatives that increase participation in the democratic process. Specifically, that will increase voter registration, voter participation and turnout, voter access, accessibility to polls, access to information and education on how to register to vote, when elections are, how to show up at elections, who are running for office, the candidates, our form of government, and how to participate more in our representative democracy. And while legislation is important towards these efforts, full adequate state funding, investment in upgrades to election and voter registration systems such as EMS and CVRS, investment in technology and cybersecurity protocols are crucial. The Registrar of Voters and town clerks of the 169 Connecticut municipalities, their office staff members, poll workers, municipal police bear the responsibility of administering elections and securing poll sites, processing absentee ballots, and they need the full financial support of the state to ensure that these important initiatives are rolled out successfully. While I'm fully supportive of early voting initiatives and greater flexibility for absentee ballot initiatives, as I believe they will increase participation in the electoral process, increase voter turnout, and allow for greater accessibility for those who need assistance getting to polls, working people, parents of young children, those caring for others who are elderly or maybe infirm or sick and may not have the ability or flexibility to get to polls on election day. I urge this body to consider the insights and recommendations of the Secretary of State and ROVAC and the Town Clerks Association to ensure that voters are not disenfranchised due to confusion or frustration caused by logistical, procedural, or other operational issues that result from underfunded, hastily, or poorly rolled out early voting program.
Karen, thank you very much. That does conclude your 3 minutes.
Thank you very much.
Final thought, or okay.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for your service. Just looking around to see if we have any questions from anyone. I don't see any. So thanks again. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
Okay, next on our list is Arlene Murphy, but I believe Arlene has canceled or is not going to be joining us because I have that name crossed out. So number 42, Evelise Correa. I apologize if I mispronounced it. I see her virtually. I don't know if I think it's just going to be virtual, right? Is Emily's going to be joining us? Okay, so not yet. All right. Jason Cassiano. Is Jason there? Jason, perhaps virtually. No, okay. Lisa Amatruda. About Elisa. We'll keep going down the list here. Rudy Marconi. No. Okay. Wendy Tyson Wood, also remotely. Oh, I do see. No, not yet. We're moving through. Okay, moving through the list here. What about Matthew Wagner? Not yet. All right. David Demalu, in person, I have noted here, but I do not see David. Stephen King, remotely. What about Stephen? No? Okay. I think I see Wendy. Wendy is going to be joining us remotely. Wendy, you're up. You just moved up about 10 spots. Congratulations. Welcome to GAE. Just a reminder, you are on mute right now. And if you could just identify yourself, and then we look forward to your testimony.
Good afternoon. Yes, my name is Wendy Gannon Leonetti from the town of Ridgefield. I'm the town clerk here. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the GAE committee, for hearing my testimony. I did submit written testimony, so I will just echo Patty Spruance's testimony as representative for the CTCA, of which I'm a member. I do support the concept of early voting. Again, respectfully request you consider the financial burden it will place on municipalities and consider that as you make adjustments to the proposed legislation. Although voters did approve in 2022 a constitutional amendment that allows the General Assembly to pass legislation establishing in-person early voting, it doesn't mean that it must be rolled out this year or even next year, a presidential election year. Let's be deliberate and thorough and thoughtful as we look at and pass legislation that will instill confidence among our constituents in elections. I support affording electors additional opportunities to vote in order to keep everyone engaged and exercise their right to vote. When the decision is made about how to enact the changes, I encourage a hearty education campaign to the voters, as well as us, the civil servants that are expected to manage and implement the changes so that we can all realize a positive election system. That's all I have to say.
Wendy, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Checking to see if there's any questions. I don't see any. Have a great rest of your day.
You too.
Great. We are going to, I was going to go back to somebody, but I don't see him anymore. Okay. Oh, okay. He's a panelist now. Wonderful. Where is our next speaker here? Richard Lowenstein. Richard, are you there? We'll give Richard another opportunity.
Okay, am I on?
Yes, you are on. You are in front of the GAE committee. Good afternoon to you, Richard.
Thank you. This has been a lot of fun. I've been listening more than I've been talking, of course, but it's fun. My name is Richard Lowenstein. I'm from Westport, Connecticut. And by way of background, I've been a moderator at the Saugatuck Elementary Schools for the last 25 years. And I had a chance to observe elections in process and everything else. And it's been a wonderful experience. In my opinion, we've had early voting since I've been a moderator. We gave it a different name. We called it absentee voting. And I think the difference between absentee voting and early voting is really one of nomenclature more than anything else. I'm here to suggest something radical or reactionary, depending on your viewpoint. There's a proposal before the State Assembly to have a ballot measure to repeal the absentee voting requirements in the Constitution. Has anybody thought about possibility of having the state Supreme Court rule that those requirements are no longer valid as a result of the passage of the early voting proposal last year? No, everything that was approved last year, in a sense, invalidates or renders obsolete any absentee voting. And absentee voting by paper is just another way of doing early voting. And the way you do it is up to you, as the legislation may mandate in its legislation. But I'd like to make it simple, because my great fear is if you put a ballot measure before the voters that says, so we get rid of absentee balloting, the answer is going to be no, because people tend to say no rather than yes. And I'm really concerned that you'll be in a dilemma if you leave it on the ballot. But maybe the Supreme Court could rule that we no longer need to have one because the early voting amendment that we had passed in November obsoletes it. Those are my thoughts, and I welcome any comments.
Richard, thanks for your testimony. I do not see any questions, so I hope you have a great rest of your afternoon. Thanks.
You too. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next on our list is Rodolfo Ramirez Tirado, who I see is in person. Great. Wonderful. Good afternoon. Just, I'm sorry, make sure to press the button in front of you with the microphone there. That's it. And it'll turn up red and then you're good to go.
Yeah, perfect.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much, everyone, for having me today here. My name is Rodolfo Ramirez Tirado. I'm a voter for in Manchester, Connecticut. I am in favor of the early voting and all the other resolutions that we're talking about today. For the last couple of years, I've been helping and being volunteered on during the primaries and the midterm elections, making sure that everybody has the right information to vote and to make sure that they know where to go and how to do it. During my entire professional career, I used to travel, and this is one of the reasons that I'm in favor of this early voting. I used to travel quite often. Many times plans happen at last minute, and sometimes it was during the election day. The anxiety of missing to cast my vote was real. And I know I am not the only person undergoing this situation. Should I have the option to vote early, I wouldn't have the stress about casting my vote. I too know many people that due to the nature of their jobs, they can't cast their vote in regular hours. Or they do not want, they don't own a vehicle to get to the voting location. Therefore, having the options to go to multiple sites at different times and in the weekends, I think is a must. On a personal note, I am a big advocate of voting rights simply because I immigrated from a country where political corruption was not only high, but cynical. I'm originally from Mexico. When I earned the right to vote back in 2013, the first thing I did is sign up to make sure that I was able to submit and cast my vote. I was very happy to do that. And ever since, I've been very involved in making sure that everybody has the same right and he knows what to do and where to go. I admire the democratic system in this country, yet I soon learned that there are many flaws that must be amended. And I'm so very happy that my home state now has the right and the ability to move forward in this particular situation. I also know that at many groups of minorities and people of color, especially Blacks, Latinos, in my case, Asians, etc., are probably the main type of communities that are in trouble getting to the right information. I totally believe that improving our voting system in Connecticut will benefit both the system and the people of all backgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your testimony. I'm looking to see if there's any questions. I don't see any, so have a great rest of your day.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're going to hop back in the order. Stephen King is going to be up next remotely. And then after Stephen will be Matthew Wagner. So 49 in the order with Stephen King, and then 47 with Matthew Wagner. Stephen, you're up. I just ask you to unmute, identify yourself. Welcome to the GAE committee.
Good afternoon, Senators Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, Ranking Member Sampson, and Marshall Franco, and honorable members of the GAE committee. My name is Stephen King, and I am a college student living in New Haven. This semester, I'm working on behalf of Common Cause in Connecticut, and it is my honor to testify on the behalf to advocate for House Bill number 5004. While there have been a great many number of bills who are looking to expand early voting in Connecticut, House Bill number 5004 in particular is important because it specifically includes the 14-day early voting timeframe that was suggested by the Center for Election Innovation and Research report commissioned by this state. According to a 2013 early voting report from the Brennan Center for Justice, 2 to 3 weeks of early voting is the ideal length to reap the administrative benefits of this policy. Voters in states that offer less than 2 full weeks voted using early voting at a far significantly diminished rate than the national average, while those who had at least 2 weeks typically voted using early voting above the average. In other words, this means that having 2 weeks of early voting means that this state will best be able to enjoy the benefits brought from this service. In addition to early voting, I'd also like to advocate for expanding the availability of absentee ballots as another crucial step in ensuring people can vote. Currently, they're only available to people in a limited number of circumstances. However, this could prevent some people who still are worried about the lingering effects of COVID. My grandmother in particular is one of them. She's lived a long and fulfilling life. However, get out or leave her house too often. Giving her the ability to be able to just cast an absentee ballot would make all of our lives a lot easier, because even though she doesn't currently have any particular health risk preventing her from voting, she's still at the age where different diseases can pose a risk. I commend you all for bringing Connecticut the opportunity to embrace early voting, expand access to absentee ballots, and continue to make political participation easier than ever for citizens. And I hope you continue your work and expand on your already monumental success. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony, Stephen. I don't see any questions, so I wish you a great rest of your afternoon. Thank you. Matt Wagner is up next, and then Ty Kushi. I do not see Kai though, so I would alert Peter Rampy who is on deck at number 53. But Matt, go ahead. The floor is yours. Good afternoon.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, committee member. Afternoon, my apologies. Committee members, and thank you for sticking with us today. I want to offer a few comments about the early voting bills, but before I do, I wanted to speak about HB 6693. This bill proposes the introduction of postage paid return envelopes for absentee ballots, which I think is an excellent idea, and one which we should we can look to the 2020 election as a way of implementing that statewide, where a single postage account delivered envelopes to all towns around the state. I also do support the concept of a cure process for disqualified ballots, although I do agree with the Secretary's earlier testimony that the one offered in this proposal is not practical. What I would recommend is that if the committee wants to move forward with this concept, would be to treat disqualified ballots as provisional ballots and permit them to be fully counted if cured within the 6 days already allowed in statute for the timely disposition of provisionals. This would fix this problem without altering the election calendar, and also eliminate the production of a separate federal-only provisional ballot that we're required to furnish to our polling places. Now, the larger questions around early voting have already been covered by other speakers, so I wanted to speak about a few technical matters that are in common for all three proposals and make a few recommendations for you to consider. I do have written testimony. I haven't sent it in just yet because the speaker order jumped rather substantially at the last moment, but I can summarize my points here. First off and foremost, I'd ask you to consider not requiring the use of the Connecticut voter registration system in the early voting process. Not only does using that system raise concerns about the disruption of services due to power, internet, or state network service outages, like the ones we experienced yesterday, or which have disrupted election night reporting in at least 3 of our recent elections. the problems that people are having about recruiting poll workers and having sort of delegating the tasks of early voting to them, in a large part stem from the steep learning curve of the Connecticut voter registration system, that I can't just put any one of my 100 poll workers on that task. You need weeks or months or even years to really become proficient at it. So I think that's when people talk about the problems of staffing early voting, a lot of that has to do with this requirement that CVRS be used. I also want to say that using that system really complicates the process without providing any security benefits to early voting, as similarly with election day registration. Couple other just recommendations I would add. Please do incorporate, there's an affidavit in the statute, section 2, I think it is. It says all information about the voter's application, affidavit, district, and acceptance or rejection onto the envelope itself. That's something, as this process is based on election day registration, that's something that we've seen really complicates things. Basically, we're dealing with the information in 4 different places, and we have to reconcile that prior to counting any of those ballots. And so that's a huge logistical problem in medium-sized towns like mine. I think you see that becoming a problem in larger cities as well. That sometimes
I would ask you to summarize at this point.
Yeah, that's fine. I would say the last point I wanted to make was just please don't have the ballots be held until election morning. I think what you'll find is that you have a large volume of ballots that are unsorted, which need to be sort of organized by name and by district for counting. And that process in the proposal before you can't start until election day. And the secretary raised concerns about sort of adding new things to election day. And that's sort of a rather big one that I think this proposal should address.
Right.
But thank you for your time. And I will.
Well, we do have a question for you, so don't go away quite yet.
Oh, great.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Vice Chair Slap. You're very knowledgeable on this. Thank you very much. I agree with this is Senator Marks. I agree with you 100% about the curing. I just curious about the stamp, because that's actually something I think is very important. I work in the homes of people that aren't able to leave the house, that are homebound, and getting a stamp can very much prevent them from sending that absentee ballot back. I know a lot of people will roll their eyes at that and say, you've got to be kidding, they can't get a stamp, but people can't get stamps. So I'm just curious if you have any stories about the stamp.
Sure. I'd say you had a couple of speakers before from Bridgeport Generation Now, who I think told you some stories about voters, particularly elderly or low-income voters, being taken advantage of by maybe partisan political actors who want to take custody of their ballots. And the costs associated with that, or not having that stamp, sort of allows someone to insert themselves into that process. Whereas if it was postage paid, perhaps that wouldn't be possible. I do have a personal story, which is that in 2000, my very first election as a young voter, I didn't know about the requirement that the ballot be mailed back and received prior to election day, and my ballot wasn't counted for want of a stamp in my first election. So I definitely am sort of aware of and sympathetic with people who, sorry, I have a friend here joining me, who are sort of prevented from voting for want of postage or for want of knowing how to access that. I think normal people don't really have a great grasp of the finer points of the voting process, and I think it's frustrating and disappointing that sometimes people learn about something when they fail to vote because they discover a problem too late to repair it. So I know that it worked very well having returned postage on absentee ballot materials in 2020. I've made the effort in my office to try and make voter registration cards postage paid, and to try and identify costs that voters would have to incur in the voting process, and eliminating those. And so I think absentee ballot return postage is a great example of somewhere where you could fix that.
Thank you. I do not see any other questions, so I hope you and your young future voter have a great rest of the day.
Thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Okay, Peter Rampey's up next, and then Randy Collins after that. Peter, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and esteemed members of the committee. I'm Peter Ramp from Wilton. I've been a Wilton resident for 40 some odd years. I am an expert absentee voter because half the time I voted, I had to do it from overseas by absentee ballots, but I'm proud to say I haven't missed an election in my life. Okay, now, a couple of things. One of them is I would like you to know that I have submitted my comments in writing, so I'm just going to go touch upon a few points. Number one is I'm in favor of early voting. No doubt about it. But then there's always a but. But 10, 14, or 19 days, in my estimation, in my opinion, is too long and too costly, especially for small towns like Wilton. Now, what I would propose is that there might be a different approach to small towns than larger towns, but I'll leave that to you. I would propose four consecutive days now, which definitely would include a weekend. The second portion that I'm in absolute favor of is the no excuse absentee voting. I think that would take care of a lot of the problems in the sense of that one can vote absentee ballot, doesn't have to worry about whether it's the weekend or not, and so on. And maybe you would consider combining these two recommendations that are implicitly just made. I would also ask you to reinstitute the requirement per photo ID. I've been a poll worker for a number of elections here in Wilton, and I have to admit to you that I've never had anybody who came up when we asked them for identification who didn't whip out automatically voter ID. I did have one instance, though, where the voter ID that was whipped out with a face on it was for somebody with a very similar name, but not identical name. And obviously they didn't get to vote that day. Another one also is that there needs to be some state funding. And I'm asking you not to institute an unfunded mandate. I want to thank you for listening. I want to thank you for serving Connecticut and approaching this particular problem or situation on a bipartisan approach. And I hope that you take at least what I've said into some consideration when you're drafting the legislation. I wish you a nice afternoon.
Peter, thank you. And hang on one second. We do have a question for you from one of our representatives. Representative?
Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you. Yes, I would like to ask Peter a question. Peter, well, thank you very much for taking the time to do this, and thank you for working the polls on election day and never missing a vote, like you said. My question to you is how much easier does it make your job when somebody's able to produce a photo ID versus some other forms of identification that we deem acceptable, but that may not be as convincing? How much easier does it make your job when you're working the polls when somebody produces photo identification like a driver's license versus like, I don't know, a utility bill or something like that?
Well, certainly with the photo ID versus the, let's say, a utility bill, the internal stress is probably more important to me than necessarily the time. I really have to scratch my head and ask myself, is this the person that they claim to be? And with the experience that I had is one sibling with a very similar first name came in with their sibling's ID wanting to vote, and luckily the face didn't match with the photo ID. So in a way, it provides a level of security. Does that answer your question in a way?
Yeah, yes, it does, sir. Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm all set with questions.
Thank you, Representative. Peter, one more question from Senator Marks. Senator?
Thank you, sir. So I actually, so I'm a visiting nurse and I take care of a lot of very, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, I would take a lot of very disenfranchised patients and they don't have driver's licenses and they don't have photo ID. And the fact that they can go with their phone bill and their electric bill, and they've been doing it for years, they vote all the time. I just think if you had the opportunity to see the joy on people's faces when they really get to vote, when it's something that's very hard for them, but they've gotten encouragement and assistance from other people to go do it, that we really have to make sure we don't disenfranchise an entire group of people who don't drive and who don't have a picture ID. And you'd be surprised, especially where I live in New London, we have a wonderful homeless hospitality center. So we get a lot of people that come are at the homeless hospitality center. And one of the greatest things is that they now have an address. So their address is, you know, so-and-so, so-and-so, and they do start getting mail there. And they live in our community and they get to go vote. So just my thoughts, if you've ever thought about that, those are the people you'd be disenfranchising if we had to have a picture ID.
Excuse me, I don't want to be contradictory to you. I don't like to be called that I'm disenfranchising anybody. I'm an immigrant that gained their citizenship years ago, and there's no intent of disenfranchising them. It just would, if the state would provide the people who don't have a driver's license, and there are some people who don't drive, with some photo ID, that would be, at least in my book, for security of voting and voter fraud shenanigans, that would be helpful. But disenfranchising, please don't ever accuse me of that.
I'm not, but asking people to bring a photo ID when they might live in, 3 different homes in 1 year. And I'm afraid that getting a picture ID with all the crisis they're in is not their number one thing on their list. So I just, you just said that you wanted voter ID. So I'm just saying that because of that, it would, I believe you're a professor.
Yes.
That's on the voter list. So I think you probably have, life might not, might be a little easier than others. So it's just something to think about, sir, because by making people have a photo ID, they will not be able to vote.
I think the point that you're making is absolutely proper. There are people who can't get it, and what do we do about them? And then that needs to be addressed.
Thank you. Appreciate your work in the polls.
Senator, thank you. Peter, thank you for your testimony. Have a great rest of your afternoon.
Thank you.
All right. So I see Randy Collins is going to be joining us virtually, and then Pastor William McCullough, who's in person. All right. So, but first up, Randy Collins. Randy, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, members of the GAE committee. My name is Randy Collins, Advocacy Manager with the Connecticut Conference of Municipalities. Here today just to speak generally on early voting. CCM has not weighed in on this issue over the last few years, with the position that whether to allow early voting or not was one left to the voters. And obviously, given the results of the 2022 general election, we now have early voting, and we're now trying to figure out, how to implement this. CCM has been working closely with the registrars of voters, had conversations with town clerks. CCM, I think similar to the clerks, recommending 10 days of early voting. Want to raise some concerns with the idea of extending early voting to local referendum. We just think that the practicality of implementing early voting for local referendum will be very difficult, given what are often short timeframes. And then if you have a budget that is rejected by a town, you need to have about 3 weeks at the most. 1 week to revise the budget, and then 2 weeks to put it back out for a second election. Trying to work in early voting into a process like that seems very difficult. CCM recommends that as we implement this, we provide our towns the maximum flexibility. I grew up in Salem, Connecticut. It'd be very easy to have one location. I live in West Hartford now. I don't know if the same plan that would work for Salem would work for West Hartford, or that West Hartford plan would work for Hartford. We recommend towns be given the guardrails and, given the guardrails and to develop that plan, work with the Secretary of State for approval to make sure that it meets the criteria. But again, these plans can be adjusted and work as towns develop and a learning process of what their towns need to meet the residents of early voting. The other aspect is we really ask for financial assistance with this. Towns understand that providing, and maintaining and operating elections is a key aspect of what our towns, our local governments do. This will be expensive to implement, and we certainly need state assistance. If we do not, there's no financial assistance provided, and if it's just solely borne by the cost of municipalities, that cost is simply going to be forced onto the property tax base and overly reliant upon. We look forward to working with the committee and coming up with a solution and a process that can be, as I said, flexible for towns, practical for our residents, and affordable for as we go forward. Thank you very much.
Randy, thanks very much. We do have a question from Senator Marks. Senator?
Yep, through you, Vice Chair. Thank you. Thank you, sir. It was a little hard to hear you, but it sounded like that you don't want us to start this municipal election. But don't you feel that starting now and instead of a presidential election would be much easier and get all the kinks out?
I'm sorry, no, we understand that the desire is to start with the municipal elections this fall. And we absolutely stand ready to work with the registrars of voters, clerks, the Secretary of State's office, the committee, to implement this process for this fall. What I raised concerns over was if we were to implement these for referendum elections moving forward, which one of the measures that one of the 3 bills had recommended. We don't think that doing this for referendum is practical given the time frame. But we understand that, and the thought is that we need to be ready to do it this fall with the municipal elections.
Okay, I'm sorry. It's a little hard to hear you. Okay, I agree. Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? I don't see any. Randy, thanks so much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
All right, so Pastor William McCullough is joining us in person, and then Paula Bacalini will be joining us after that remotely. Pastor McCullough, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Chairs, Senator Flexer, Representative Blumenthal, ranking members, Senator Sampson, and Representative Maestro Francisco, and distinguished members of the Appropriations Committee. My name is Pastor William McCullough. I'm the senior pastor of the Russell Temple Church in Bridgeport, Connecticut. I'm also the president of the Interdenominational Ministerial Lines of Bridgeport and vicinity, and I'm also a presiding elder of over 22 churches in the state of Connecticut and New York. I'm mostly proud. I'm also the founder of Faith Acts for Education, where we are people of faith building power to get our children the education they deserve. We believe that every child deserves to go to college and to be able to take care of their family and to use their God-given potential. We are people of faith who build leaders, we build relationships, and we build power. And we do that through community organizing and civic engagement. I'm here today to testify to support SJ 29, SB 713, SB 1057, SB 1064, HJ1, and HB 5004. All pieces of legislation that will improve voter rights and access in Connecticut. It strikes me that I submit this testimony on Ash Wednesday, a day we Christians observe, one of the most days that we feel is a day of repentance and a day of reflection. The state of Connecticut has some of the most restrictive voting laws in the country, and it has made it unnecessarily harder for Black and brown and low-income people to vote in elections, and it's time to repent. This fall, Connecticut residents, among them 6,000 committed Fairfax voters, cast their ballots. They overwhelmingly supported the amendment that would allow additional voters' rights, including early voting. Extended voting rights benefit the disenfranchised and the disinherited and the people who our systems have never adequately served. Broadening voter rights removes one of many barriers our people face in getting equitable access in the state of Connecticut. We need to allow early voting. We need to allow for no excuse absentee voting. We need to make sure people have every opportunity to exercise their right to vote. It's time for Connecticut to repent of their past sins. It's time to make our voting system truly accessible to all. And I urge you to vote yes on SJ 29, SB 713, SB 1057, SB 1064, HJ 1, and HB 5004. Thank you so much for this opportunity. I'm Pastor William McCullough.
Pastor, thank you for your testimony and for driving all the way up from Bridgeport. I have a question for you, and then I'll see if any of my colleagues do as well. But there's been a lot of discussion in this committee today about the number of days, right, allocated for early voting, anywhere from, a couple days up to a couple weeks. Do you have an opinion on that? And certainly, through your lens of trying to enfranchise as many people, get as many people to vote as possible?
I think it needs to be extended as far as it can, 2 weeks, a month. And would give our people a much more opportunity to get to the polls. We got parents, all right, single parents who work 2 and 3 jobs, very challenging for them to get to the polls. And when we extend that as far out as we can, and I know it might be dollars involved, but if we extend it as far out as we can, we give as many people opportunities, a chance to cast their vote. They're right.
Some states have, they call it souls to the polls, as you've probably heard that term. Do you have an opinion about having early voting on the weekends, on a Sunday perhaps as well? Do you think that should be included? Is that important?
I don't think no day should be excluded. I think every opportunity we get should be an opportunity for us to go to the polls, all right? I know Sunday is sacred. I know some Saturdays are sacred. It just depends what religion you're under. But if it gives us an opportunity to get to the polls, to cast our vote, then we should be given that opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'm looking to see if there's any other questions. I don't think so. So have a wonderful rest of your afternoon. Thanks again for coming all the way up from Bridgeport.
Thank you so much. And we do a lot of things on Sunday. We go to the mall, we shop, we do everything else. So why not vote on Sunday? Thank you so much.
Thank you. Amen. You got it. I beat her to it. Oh, you did? Okay. All right. Well, we're having a little levity here as we roll into hour number 6, I guess. Paula Bacalini is going to be, I see Paula here joining us remotely. Doris Dumas, is Doris, she would be on deck. No, if I don't see Doris, then Amber Walsh. I do see Amber. So Amber, you might want to prepare yourself and you'll be up after Paula. Paula, good afternoon.
Oh, good afternoon, Vice Chair Slapp. It's good to see you. And good afternoon to the ranking members and all the distinguished members of the GAE committee. I'm grateful to have this opportunity to testify before you today. My name is Paula Bacalini. I live in Glastonbury, and I'm the founder of Make Voting Easy, a grassroots organization of nearly 1,000 members over 95 cities and towns throughout Connecticut. We are devoted to making voting more convenient and accessible. So I agree with what the Reverend just said. We need all forms of voting because every person has a different way of wanting to vote, either in person or early voting in person or in person on election day or by absentee ballot. And we should make those all accessible for everyone. Today, I'm so glad to have the opportunity to testify via Zoom, and I hope that we will continue to do this in the future. And also, I want to thank the GAE committee for all your years of service that you've given to help pass voting reform legislation in Connecticut. Today, I'm testifying in support of the 3 early voting implementation bills, HB 5004, SB 1064, and SB 1057. And also, I'm in support of the 3 bills for no excuse absentee voting, HJ1, SJ29, HB 6693. In terms of early voting implementation, I'm asking if you would please provide the funding necessary for early voting implementation in the primaries, general, special elections, and referendums beginning in 2023 and beyond. It's important to start ASAP so that all the kinks can be worked out before the larger election, which will be the presidential election in 2024. We would like to have at least 2 weeks of early voting, 14 days minimum, with 2 weekends, both Saturdays and Sundays, and early morning hours from 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. and late evening hours from 5 p.m. to 9 p.m. A minimum number of polling places for each municipality should be based on their population, the age of the voters, and the access to transportation, public transportation, or other transportation to get to at least 1 polling place per municipality. I also believe that I'm asking that you please provide funding for increasing the number of polling places for larger cities and towns as they need. Early voting affords more flexibility for families, seniors, and the disabled. And you've heard a lot of this from so many people, so I won't reiterate it, but it is an important measure. And that's why 60% of the voters voted yes for early voting in the referendum. So thank you so much for taking the time to get this to happen. I also support the no excuse absentee voting. We want to pass this again for the second time. It passed in 2021, and like early voting, it will need to pass this legislative session. So please, in conclusion, would you please vote all these bills out of committee so that that way the legislature has time to debate them and can move them quickly so that they'll be moved quickly to the floor of the House and the Senate for debate. And I thank you again for all that you do to help the voters in Connecticut.
Paula, thank you for your testimony. I'm looking to see if there's any questions. I don't see any. So thank you. Have a good rest of your afternoon. And Doris Dumas, who has joined us now remotely. I believe Doris is going to be joining us in a moment. Now I don't see her. Okay, let's go to, there she is. Doris, if you want to put your camera on, that would be fantastic, and we will await your testimony. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I am in favor, and I'm asking that you support. We worked very hard to get yes to early voting, but we can't stop there. We have to get the funding and we have to get it designed. We need to make sure that it happens now. Being a person that does a lot of voter registration in our community and also get out the vote efforts, a lot of what we heard are the barriers. And so we need to make it easier and accessible for all people to be able to exercise their right to vote. And we need the towns and cities to be able to have time to get this in place with their budgets and to make sure that is in place so that people, everybody has the same opportunity and access to vote at least 2 weeks before. We want to make sure they have times on the weekends. A lot of times when we knocked on doors for people to get them to get out to vote, they're like, I can't take the time off from work. I can't do it because of this reason and that reason. We are grassroots with the NAACP. So we hear the barriers and we need to make sure that we pass these and we get it done now. The time is now. Connecticut has been lagging behind. We made a big step by saying yes to early voting. Now we need to make sure that no absentee ballot that we have no excuse absentee ballot, early voting, and we have the funding to support it so that people can exercise their right. Every person deserves that right, and we need to get this done and get it done now. We don't want any more delays. It's already been too long.
Thank you very much, Ms. Dumas, for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, we appreciate you being with us today and for sharing your perspective. Very well expressed, and we hope you have an excellent day.
Thank you.
Next up is Amber Walsh, followed by Emma Herson. Amber, I see you on the Zoom. If you want to unmute and begin whenever you're ready, just say your name for the record before you begin.
Thank you so much, Chair Blumenthal and the larger GAE community member or committee members. My name is Amber Walsh. I'm a voter from Southington. I'm speaking today to strongly support early voting and no excuse absentee ballots, and that both of these options should be put in place this year. I strongly advocate as lawmakers that you should do everything possible to facilitate voters being able to exercise their right to vote by removing any barriers. This should be seen as an absolute necessity and not a complication, as I heard earlier. It's also really important to emphasize that early voting should not be seen as a replacement for no excuse absentee voting. Both of these options should be available to all voters. There are so many reasons that people don't show up to vote. They wake up sick, they can't afford to lose their hourly wages, they have social anxiety and can't manage crowds. Many people who would benefit from absentee ballots don't use this option because they don't want to feel like they're lying about the reasons or don't feel that it is an option available to them. Providing 2 weeks of early voting and removing the need to give an excuse for absentee voting would eliminate these barriers for voters. I just want to give a couple examples to illustrate why early voting and no excuse absentee ballots are so important. In my immediate family, my mother suffers from a form of leukemia. She's at stage 0, so doesn't have active symptoms, but she has a compromised immune system. But she also comes from a generation of people that would not feel comfortable claiming illness as an absentee reason. I have 2 other family members that suffer from severe anxiety, and allowing them to request and submit their ballots by mail keeps them safe and you don't have to ask them to identify as ill or make them feel uncomfortable to exercise their right. Over the years, I have volunteered to register voters and support voters at the poll, and I have seen people show up late when their work shift ends to try to cast their vote at the last minute, to be turned away because they're at the wrong polling station. This is a lost vote and now a discouraged voter. And I hear from people around me that they didn't vote because they were sick or had an emergency or had to travel for work unexpectedly. The pressure to vote on one day means that many people don't cast their ballots for many different reasons. No excuse absentee voting and early voting, especially weekend voting, will allow people to better plan to cast their ballots and be better engaged in the process. This is absolutely the right thing to do, and I hope I can count on you all to make this happen this year. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I'll just thank you again for being with us today, and I appreciate you identifying especially those folks who are turned away at the last minute. I actually spoke with someone this past fall, immediately before he went into the polls. We discussed the issues at length. He made a really informed decision. I won't disclose what it was. And then he walked in only to find out that he was in the wrong polling location, and as a result was not able to vote. So it's very important that we allow everyone access to be able to vote, as you've indicated, and I appreciate you sharing your perspective, and also thank you for sharing the experience of your mother. Especially, we're glad that she is doing well, although we're sorry to hear that she is ill.
Thank you.
All right, next up is Emma Herson, followed by Isabella Morales. Ms. Herson, are you available? I'm not seeing you on my Zoom list. All right, we'll move on to Isabella Morales. Ms. Morales, if you're ready, if you could turn on your camera, give your name and begin your testimony whenever you're ready.
Hi, thank you so much. Good afternoon, and thank you so much for having me here today. My name is Isabella Morales, and I'm a student and resident of New Haven here today as a member of the Yale College Democrats, testifying in support of early voting implementation that's being discussed here today, as well as no excuse absentee voting and improved access to absentee ballots. As a young person and as a student, access to the ballot box has been a particular struggle I have faced every election cycle, and I know it's been even worse for those with even less time and fewer resources than myself. So I really want to stress how important it is that as you go about implementing early voting right now, that you get it right the first time, and make sure that early voting does what it is set up to do, which is expand access to the ballot box. This means voters deserve a lengthy early voting period, at least 2 weeks, to ensure that not only that everyone has an opportunity to go, but also to decrease crowding, so that there's not an extra barrier to voting. I also think it's crucial that early voting hours extend beyond the normal working day to include evenings and weekends to accommodate work, school, and family schedules of all kinds. And then, of course, it's very important that early voting locations are accessible so that there's multiple of them throughout different municipalities, so that they're accessible by public transportation, and that funds are distributed equitably to make sure that different municipalities of different demographics all have equal access to the ballot box. And then, of course, it's important to make sure that people who can't make it out to the polls can also still vote through the no excuse absentee ballots and improvement of the absentee ballot process. Personally, I have seen that every little aspect that I brought up here right now can act as a barrier to stop citizens from being able to exercise their right to vote. I've seen many friends and family members who go through the effort to vote, but as soon as they encounter a barrier and they can't easily surpass, they give up. And while I, of course, encourage all my friends and family to just try to vote no matter what, they really shouldn't be having to fight to surpass any barriers whatsoever. And so with that said, I just want to really implore the members of this committee to not only support these very important bills on the table today, but to be sure that you are putting the best versions of them forward, taking into account the suggestions and advice that we've been hearing from community members and advocates today who have testified in support of these bills. I think Connecticut has a really important chance right now to be leading in voting access and voting rights. And so I just really hope you will all consider that. And thank you so much for having me today.
Thank you for being with us. Are there any questions or comments from the committee? I have a question, which is you mentioned the importance of accessibility of early vote locations. I was wondering if you could comment a bit on whether or how important you think it is that early vote locations are accessible for college students or university students, and what you think we should do to ensure that they are.
Yeah, students is definitely someone that I had in mind as a student myself when making that comment. I think as students, we don't always have access to our own form of transportations like vehicles, and we rely on either proximity or public transportation to be able to access many different things, including polling locations. And so I think it's important to make sure that polling locations, when they are set up either near schools and universities or near easy access to public transportation. Of course, depending on the university also itself has easy access to transportation. But I think those two things are what's really important to make sure that students can access polling locations.
Well, thank you very much for that answer and for sharing your time and your testimony with us today. We appreciate it very much.
Thank you.
Coming up next is John Brady, followed by Ann Godwa. And I see Mr. Brady in your Zoom. You can unmute yourself, state your name, and get started with your testimony whenever you're ready.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Representative Blumenthal, Senator Flexer,
ranking members and members of the committee. My name is John Brady. I'm a voter in Sterling, Connecticut. I'm a registered nurse and I'm the vice president of AFT Connecticut. Our members live in every corner of the state and vote in every corner of the state. I've come to you to convey our members' support for early voting and no excuse absentee voting in Connecticut. I won't read my testimony. I know you've been here for a long time today, but I'd like to give you one example of how it matters. I was an emergency room nurse, and often we get called in at the last minute. We think we have a day off, but we don't. So imagine being someone like me who lived 30 minutes from the hospital where I worked. To arrive at the hospital, to park my car, to take the shuttle bus from the remote parking lot, and to be on the floor ready to give the get report at 7 o'clock meant that voting before work would be virtually impossible. Now imagine my shift ending at 7:30 p.m. and getting back on the shuttle bus, driving 30 minutes home, which means I wouldn't be able to get to the polling place before it closed. These are not things that can be planned. These are things that my coworkers experienced on a regular basis. And it's just one example of why early voting and no excuse absentee voting is important for nurses, for healthcare workers, but also for many people who have to maintain several jobs or have commitments to elderly parents or to children. I thank you for listening to me. I thank you for the service you provide to the people of Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. Brady. We appreciate your time and your testimony. Are there any questions from the committee? Senator Marks.
Thank you, Chair, through you. Hi, John. Good to see you.
Good to see you, Senator.
Yeah, so John's my vice president of AFT. So I just want to say that's happened to me once when I was working at Lawrence Memorial Hospital. I ended up having to stay and work a double. My oldest also took her first steps that day, so I will never forget that day because I was devastated I wasn't home, but also devastated I didn't get to vote. And people will just say, well, why don't you just do absentee ballots? And it's because it's perjury that you might be able to click that box saying, I won't, because of work, I can't vote on that Tuesday, but you're not sure if that's actually going to happen or not. So I know there's a lot of people that just don't understand why we need the early voting or why we need no excuse absentee voting if we quote unquote kind of have it already. And don't you agree that that is why? Because you just feel like you could vote absentee, but in some ways you're not really telling the complete truth.
I absolutely agree, Senator. Matter of fact, this year I considered voting absentee ballot. And I was assured that, well, COVID's still going on, it would be okay. And I wasn't sure if I was going to be in my town or in other towns doing election work. And I did not do absentee ballot because it required me to sign saying that I could not be there. So yeah, it's not really absentee ballot it's not really no excuse early voting unless it is.
Yeah, I agree. It happened to a lot of people. Thank you so much. Good to see you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Senator Marks. Are there any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, Mr. Brady, thank you for being with us and for sharing your testimony today.
Thank you, sir.
Next up is Ann Godwa, followed by Kathleen Callahan. Ann, are you with us? All right, I do not see her on the Zoom either. We'll go to Kathleen Callahan. Ms. Callahan, whenever you're ready, please state your name for the record and you can give us your testimony.
Thank you, Representative. Good afternoon, Honorable Chair Blumenthal, ranking members, and all other distinguished members of the Government, Administration, and Election Committee. My name is Kathleen Callahan, a resident of Stratford. I'm testifying on behalf of the National Association of Social Workers Connecticut chapter, who believes voting is an inalienable right and supports encouragement of voting by all eligible residents. We support a number of the voting bills before you today. We've come before you in the past and said any restrictions on the right to vote is unacceptable. Today, I start with a heartfelt thank you for your work to protect and expand voting access for Connecticut residents. From the outside, the process to change our state constitution appears laborious and frustratingly long, and imagine your experience to be that multiplied. And a quick note of thanks to Secretary Thomas for her testimony this morning. First, discuss early voting. In November, a strong 60% of majority of our voters decided that Connecticut would finally join 46 other states and allow early voting. There should be no judgment leveled on an individual's inability to always, without fail, visit their polling location on election day. NASW Connecticut calls for implementation of early voting that enables the greatest access for all and will help reduce racial discriminatory practices that continue to this day. We urge you to consider passing legislation that designs and fully funds a system in advance of the 2023 municipal election cycle. A presidential election upcoming in 2024 is too heavy a lift for municipal employees and election volunteers. We call for a minimum of 2 weeks of early voting that includes all 7 days with weekends and evening hours and same-day registration during this period. This provides options for those with unpredictable, irregular, or simply challenging schedules. Absentee voting. NASW Connecticut supports passage of the resolution so that no excuse absentee voting can be decided by the voters in 2024. With complexities and uncertainties remaining in both the health and the schedules of many of the voters in our state, and yet imagine future public health threats that limit access for all, retaining the option of absentee voting is important to protecting the right to vote. Because not all voters meet our narrow reasons for acquiring an absentee ballot, eligible voters find themselves unable to vote in every election. That was before COVID-19. Circumstances have dramatically changed, so what was not a defensible absentee ballot process in the past is now an anti-democratic process. As the goal of government is full participation in the process, no excuse is needed. In times of such polarization and division, these bills appear a nonpartisan issue with high support. NASW Connecticut asks the committee to support all efforts that increase accessibility to voting, including early voting and no excuse absentee voting, with respect and gratitude for your service and consideration.
Thank you for your testimony and for being with us today. Do we have any questions from the committee for this witness? Seeing none, I will thank you again for being with us and for sharing your perspective. We appreciate it. Next up is Beth. I'm going to mispronounce this, McGillivray, followed by Kimberly Fiorello. Beth, if you're with us. I am not seeing you on the virtual. Okay, so next up is Kimberly Fiorello. Is Kimberly Fiorello present? Not seeing her. Next up is John Erlinghauser. I'm not seeing him either. Next up is Christian Nelson. Christian Nelson. Catherine Saris, I do see you on the Zoom.
Hello. Yes, I am here. Hang on. Let me just pull up my video.
Sounds good.
There we go. And you can meet my lovely little niece here.
There we go.
Trying to keep everything on top of everything all day long. Anyway, dear co-chairs, Senator Flexer and Representative Blumenthal, Vice Chair Senator Slapp and Representative Moran Botello, ranking members Senator Sampson and Gail Master Francesco, and members of the committee. Thank you so much for listening to my testimony. I see here on the list of proposed bills that we have 7. 2 of them regard no excuse absentee voting. 1 is about transparency, and 3 have to do with early voting, which all require same day, election day primary for registration. And I am confused as to why we need both no excuse absentee voting plus early voting, and why we need same day election day registration and same day primary day registration in addition to early voting. I would prefer if we could have had 3 bills having to do with transparency, 2 bills having to pertain to updating our really cumbersome voting process, and one bill having to do with increasing voter access. And obviously, we all want everyone to be able to vote. That's absolutely integral to our process. But I can tell you from the doors that I've knocked, the houses, the train stations, the grocery stores, the fairs and festivals that I have canvassed for political candidates, that our citizens are completely disillusioned with the voting process here in Connecticut. Many of them, just a second, sweetie. Many of them feel like their votes just don't count. And it was because of my own personal concern with this that I got involved and started to become an election day worker, then became a certified moderator. And now I'm even just been named an assistant deputy registrar. And I've all this is in my online testimony that I submitted. So if my little niece is making it tricky, but I need to be done. I know, but you've got to give me just 2 minutes. 2 minutes? Okay, thanks. So if the poll workers and government employees were all virtuous, certainly there would be no issues. But we all know that not everyone is honest. And if an individual is dishonest, then they will have no trouble signing an affidavit. Yeah, I know, honey, you can take your socks off. They'll have no trouble swearing or signing a paper or an affidavit that says that they are not lying. And I feel that it's disenfranchising to many voters in Connecticut when we don't give proper safeguards and opportunities, and when we don't protect against fraudulent activity. I think we should be just as concerned about protecting against fraudulent activity as we are about voter access. And I think it will really affect our election process. So to just summarize, I strongly urge that this body oppose SJ number 29 and HB number 6693. I don't believe that we need to have no excuse absentee ballot voting in addition to early voting. And then I would strongly urge this body to go back and rewrite HB number 6693 and SB number 1057 and SB 1064. All of these bills regarding early voting. I think it's crazy to ask us to make this system work. I know from my work as a, assistant registrar and all of this stuff that I've been doing, this is an overwhelming burden.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but the time for your testimony is elapsed. If you could just summarize the remainder of your testimony.
Sure, certainly. So basically, I think I've made my point. Just that I feel that it's we're encumbering the process and we're causing disenfranchisement of all of our voters when our process is not secure. So I would recommend that we not have the no excuse absentee ballots and that we severely check our EDR system. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your testimony. Is there any question from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. We have only one name left. I believe it's Hasuan Hui Wang. I'm not seeing anyone on our Zoom, and there's no one present in the hearing room. So I think it's safe to say that that person is not here with us today. With that, I declare this hearing of the Government Administration and Elections Committee closed. And we appreciate everyone who's been testifying with us today. And thank you to all the staff as always. All right. Thank you, everyone.